Da, 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 da. Good morning, good morning. Oh, hello, hello, hello. All right. Hi, everyone. Dun, 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 dun. All right. Da, 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 dun, dun, da, dun. All right. So much to do, so much to say. You know that Beauty and the Beast song that opens up and she's like, there's something sweet and almost kind, but he was mean and he was coarse and unrefined, and now we're here. And so I'm like, I wonder why I didn't see it there before. I mean, probably because he literally kidnapped you. He's literally an animal, and you probably didn't see it there before because the man literally kidnapped you. Anyways, I just think that the song is funny. I think that song is funny. I say this as somebody who loves Beauty and the Beast. I love Disney, but you know. Oh my God, thank you. Chat says just want to say you're my favorite streamer. Also can't wait for you to watch season 2 of Secret Lives of Mormon Wives. I cannot wait. I'm so excited. So what's happening is my sister's coming. And this is a very big deal because I haven't seen my family in like 2 years. And I'm really stoked. And my sister's flying to Europe, which is like a very big deal. She's going to come see me. And I'll be away for a bit. When I get back, though, I'm going to start the Secret Wives and Mormon Wives. So I'm pre-recorded a bunch of content for you guys. I won't be streaming. I'm going to take an actual vacation, bros. I haven't done this in a few years, so I'm a little nervous. You better be here when I get back. But I am going to have all this content for you guys to watch while I'm gone. I've already started pre-uploading and scheduling a bunch of content. So basically it's going to go up without me worrying about it. And it's going to be great. I reviewed Ruby Frank in that documentary about her abuse of her children. It's devastating. Like, I cried. I didn't know I was going to cry. It is a devastating documentary. I covered that in multiple parts. So you guys will have that all week. I'm going to review the Jordan Peterson versus Jubilee. And I'm going to explain I'm going to try to actually answer the questions. Because I know, you know, Jordan, what do you mean by a question? Well, what do you mean by mean? Well, what do you mean by anything? Really? Like, I'm going to try to actually answer questions. And I think that'll be so fun. And then when I get back, I'll do Secret Lives of Mormon Wives. It'll be great. It'll be great. RL, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, responding to the title, you should absolutely leave your MAGA man, but if you didn't and you see he is still supportive of Orange Voldemort, you should now. Thank you for the super chat. What a way to wake up. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm excited to do today's stream. I think it'll be really great. I think we'll have a lot to talk about. So, okay, hold on. I'll get into it. Hold on. Just let's get ready to warm up, girls. So much to go over. How do I say this? I don't know how many content creators you watch who are fully able to have conversations with you guys about how it works being a YouTuber. Thank you guys so much. Mikey, membership for 15 months, has dropped the skincare routine, ma'am. I feed on the souls of rotten men. That's really what it's about. Anyways, I'm not sure. Thank you, Mikey, for the membership. I know you guys probably watch a lot of content creators, but I don't know how many content creators that you watch you're actually, as audience members, paying attention to the way that they actually become content creators or are able to maintain being a content creator. So one thing I did recently, thanks to advice I saw from FD Signifier to Michael Burns, great podcast. Maybe I'll find it and link it when I clip this section, because I think we should clip this section. I think we should talk about this thing. FD Signifier said, make as multiple channels as you can to cover different types of content as you can, because at the end of the day, they're different audiences. And that had never been so clear to me than recently when I finally took the plunge and I made a podcast channel for a podcast I've been doing for years, but I just made a podcast channel for it. So if you guys haven't seen, I'll pull it up for you guys. It's the Brittany Simon podcast. Okay. I'll make sure to link it. But I made a video about JoJo Siwa, who's not even like my normal content. I don't watch, I'm too old to even know who JoJo is. So I didn't grow up watching Dance Moms. I have no connection to this bubble. But what I do have a connection to is that she's a person, and it's interesting to review them and talk about their life and look at all these comments on this new video, right? But you know what I noticed about this video that's so different than my other ones? Very different commenters, not my stream audience, which FD said would happen. All these content creators I watched told me, not me directly, but told the audience that if you make different channels, you will attract different audiences that require different things from you as a content creator, right? And I'm ready for it. This video has almost 10,000 views overnight. My podcasts never do those numbers on my regular channel. And a big part of it, okay, sometimes they do, but the reason for it the most is because the algorithm knows how to push it out. Also, people who come from podcasts don't necessarily come for streams. If you watch Hassan as an example, I love Hassan on End in Fear. I don't watch Hassan streams, right? I don't like Hassan streams. I like his podcast with Cutie Cinderella. I like Cutie Cinderella on her podcast. I don't watch Cutie Cinderella on her channel. I like Ludwig's clips. I don't like Ludwig's streams. Every reason you watch a content creator is dependent on your brain, right? It's dependent on you as an audience member consuming the content and digesting it. So somebody, very nice person, I think with good intentions, came to my channel and left me a comment, and they were expressing judgment at my judgment. And I want to talk about that with you guys today. Why do we judge while accusing other people of judging? And it's because what we're really saying is you're judging in a way I don't approve of, which is a form of judgment. And I'd prefer that you judge in the way that I judge. Now, what is judgment? Judgment comes from a multitude of bubbles. There's the bubble in which we judge to condemn. And then there's the bubble in which we judge to discern. Okay. So I have this. Let me pull it up for you. Da, da. Da, 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 da. Give me a second. Well, I pull it up for you. Give me a second. Okay. I have to read this comment on my phone because it's too hard for me to read it. Not on my phone because it's too long of a comment to read on screen. So you guys can see it on screen. I will read it from my phone. Really fast, Phoenix membership for 13 months as I was following the JoJo story. And just before you covered it, I was like, Brittany would never cover this. Then whoop, there it is. Well, I covered it because people asked me to. You guys asked me to. And so I did. And I think I did a pretty damn good job, honestly. But a lot of people who found that video don't know my work. They have no idea who I am. So check out this comment that I got. And again, I think this person has really good intentions. And I think that's important to remember. They said, just thought I'd give you, oh, and by the way, before I jump into it, I want you to also pay attention to the comment and deconstruct it with me. Remember, we're not going after this person. We are trying to view this person as a category of human who left this comment on a YouTuber's channel. So we're not getting defensive. We're not internalizing it. We're just observing it. We are engaging in observation. Okay. Comment goes as follows. Just thought I'd give some feedback as a new viewer in case you wanted it. I've come here from watching your JoJo video on your other channel. Randomly got served it by YouTube and watched the whole thing. In that video, I liked how you seemed measured, open, and tried to look at all sides, etc. And not pinpoint anyone as bad, but instead just try to give more context on what might be happening for them internally. That was the only vid on that channel, so I came here hoping for more of that. But I'm currently 7 minutes in, and I think I'm going to have to call it a day on this, unfortunately. Now, in context, the video that they had been watching was my Bernie Sanders, Andrew Schulz clip. So did you guys watch that video? So basically, Andrew Schulz came out very misogynistic, Bernie Sanders mask off, and they basically gave the most centrist takes when there's literally a rapist in the White House. Okay, so that's the video they got 7 minutes into and had to like peace out. They said it's just too man-hating and lacks nuance and giving the benefit of the doubt, etc. And that's just not good for my brain. I don't like to view people in a hateful way. If I can avoid it, it doesn't do good things for my soul. the clip you were, sorry, the clip you were showing from Schulz seemed kind of understandable in the fact that although I may not necessarily agree, I could still see his train of thought. I personally thought he meant by wanting pussy meant that he basically wanted to be considered desirable by women, etc. Just a reminder, right, that Andrew Schulz said, I want a president in the White House who's cool. Presidents used to get their dick sucked. And now the president who's a Republican has 3 baby mamas. I want a president who gets pussy. Which is creating a situation where the pussy is the object and the object is there for the benefit of the man's ego. Misogyny, right? It's not humanizing the woman. So this person who's saying that they're being nuanced and I wasn't and I was man-hating is also saying that Andrew, even though I don't agree, was saying this. I know what he was saying, girl. That's what's funny. We knew what he was saying. That's why we called it out for the misogyny that it was. Okay. I'll comment mostly after, but okay. Let's see. The comment goes on and says, anyways, I'm deviating. Basically, what I'm getting at is that I was a bit disappointed. Disappointed is a judgment word, right? Turned off that this was so judgy instead of actually trying to show an understanding for both sides. Both sides, red flag. Okay, you can definitely talk about the problematic elements for sure, but I feel like it sort of also needs to be coupled with trying to show an understanding of his possible side, thought process for your views to come across to be more measured, to be a more measured viewer as something worth your time to listen, etc. I hope that makes sense. So just for context, once again, Andrew and his crew promoted a rapist who ended up getting nominated for the presidency and getting into the White House, right? So just to be clear, you would like me to be more nuanced about why a man who's supporting a rapist also has a side. I thought he did a pretty good job at that, actually. P.S. Andrew had a daughter recently, the last couple of years. So he's a father of a daughter, right? Okay. I really liked your JoJo video. But if this video is more indicative of what to expect than unfortunate ? Sounds like judgment, right? I hope this makes sense. From the JoJo video, I got the impression I was likely to be the target audience. I'm 34, pans, demisexual, been in open and monogamous relationships, but also Quaker, try to be non-judgmental, feel I genuinely have an understanding of both sides, understand why they feel hard done by, etc. I think painting anyone with a broad brush of a victim or villain is often too simplistic. And I find it frustrating when I feel like that's the angle people take, which is why 7 minutes in, I'm finding this video a bit annoying. But again, I liked your JoJo video where I thought you showed more nuance. So it's a bit hard as a new viewer to have an understanding of what to expect going forward, ? Anyway, sorry, this is so long. I just thought it might be helpful feedback to share. Have a lovely day, hun. Okay. What do we see? Like, again, this person obviously has good intentions, but the road to hell is paved in good intentions. What do we get from this? Right? And this is what's so interesting. This is the experiment that I feel like I'm so excited to jump into. Where is my podcast channel going to go and who's going to be attracted to it? And then who comes onto my stream and realizes like, oh yeah, your misogyny will not be tolerated here. Now, are we assuming the gender of this person? Are they coming off like a man or a woman, a non-binary person? Oh, they're demi. Oh, they're bisexual, pansexual. Oh, they're all these words. And yet they both cited misogyny. They claimed I wasn't being nuanced and too judgmental, but they were judgmental, right? What are we getting from this? Okay. Let's see. Jeff, that's a long ass comment. It is a long ass comment. Okay. This person is certainly having a human experience. I think it's funny that he said that to a gay politician. Wait, who? What's a gay politician? I think that what's funny is that he said that to a gay politician. Who's a gay politician? Who said what? Andrew Schulz said he wants more pussy? Wait, are the guys on trigonometry gay? What are you talking about? Let's see, disappointed. Don't you kind of have to know a person's values and general way of being in order to be disappointed in them? Chet says, is that autism? I mean, maybe it's autism on autism crime. Chet says there's both sides and then there's truth and untruth. Chet says, as a straight white man who watches your channel, at first it was jarring hearing how you talk about men, but I realized that's just something I needed to deconstruct. Hey, I appreciate that. Chet says they came seeking validation for their misogyny for sure. Chat says the both sides is MAGA coded language. Ain't no both sides when one side is is full of Nazis and rapists. Yeah. Discord said it seems like they haven't deconstructed misogyny and the impact of it. Chat said not the hun. When I read hun at first, I was like, is this a girl calling me hun or a gay person calling me hun? Or is this like a man calling me a hun? You know? Chat says, I don't actually watch your content enough to know what you're about, but I'm going to tell you what you're about and why I don't like it. Yeah. Right? Centrism kills. Centrism kills. So again, I appreciate the comment, but I think it's such a good example of the bubble differences. Do you know what I mean? Like the fact that they're like, this is so judgmental. No, I understand that when you first find Brittany, me, it's really difficult to understand my language and to see me be nuanced in one area, but like less nuanced in others. And it's hard because when I'm streaming, I'm usually in a pretty combative space because I have real people in chat yelling at me or I'm covering politics. So it brings a different energy. When I'm in my room recording a podcast, I'm not combating with anybody. So when I make a podcast, of course, it's going to be a little bit more chill. I'm going to be more nuanced. I'm going to have time to think. You know, I'm writing out a script or somewhat of a script. So it's a very different experience, but that's it's just going to be so interesting to see what happens between people that find you in one area and people who find you in another. This happens to a lot of content creators where somebody finds them on one platform and loves them and sees them in a different platform and hates them. And this is the duality of man, if I do so say myself. Now, Tao Te Ching has a really great section, number 8. I really like this. And I think this kind of coincides with the desire to want to make a space where men feel welcome. And look, I want to make men feel welcomed, but I don't want to make misogyny feel welcomed. So how do we separate misogyny from man when under patriarchy, all genders suffer from misogyny, internalized or otherwise? How do I create a space? Because remember, a few years ago, when I was making space for men, I made space for Destiny, Abba, and Sneeko. You know what I mean? When I was being kind and compassionate to men on the internet, the 3 men who built their careers on misogyny felt safe with me. I don't want misogynists to feel safe with me. I want them to feel like I'm compassionate and I can see their issues, but they should talk to their therapist about everything else. But I really, as a content creator, want to make it clear, this is not a safe space for misogyny. And if you suffer from internalized misogyny or misogyny in general, let's deconstruct it together. But yeah, I'm not interested in making misogynists feel safe. Right? So how do we do this? Now, okay, number 8, goodness. True goodness is like water. It nurtures everything and harms nothing. Like water, it ever seeks to the lowest place, the place that all others avoid. This is the way of the Tao. For a dwelling, it chooses the quiet meadow. For a heart, the circling eddy. In generosity, it is kind. In speech, it is sincere. In power, it is order. In action, it is gentle. In movement, it is rhythm. Because it is always peaceable. It soothes and refreshes. I love this section here where it says, this is the way of the Tao. For the dwelling, it chooses the quiet meadow. For the heart, the circling eddy. I love this section here. Like water, it ever seeks the lowest place, the place that all others avoid. I really wanted to be a person on the internet that could be a place for the rejects of society. But what I soon learned is, 1, I'm not wise enough. 2, those people need a lot of medical intervention, a lot of like doctor intervention, which I'm not a doctor. And more than that, there is a reason they are the rejects of society. You might think as a queer person, you're a reject of society, but the people you really welcome into a space that feels without boundaries open are some of the genuinely most broken and possibly most dangerous humans. They are the humans that don't understand safe boundaries. You know what I mean? So this is a safe space for queer people and people of color and all body shapes and all perspectives, but not a safe space for bigots. I really think some of the most rejected people in society have been rejected from all of their communities because even the bigots don't want them. They're so weird. Or even these people don't. And it's just like the incel or men who go their own way. These are men who other male communities don't even want. So they have to make their own male communities out there in the deserts. Yeah, I don't want this to be a safe space for you. Right? I don't want this to be a safe space for you. Okay. Chet says misogyny and misandry are both wrong. Yes, misandry and misogyny are both wrong. But, and this is what's important here, we're not dealing with mass waves of misandry. Misandry isn't a systematic problem. I'm not concerned with misandry. I'm concerned with how misogyny seeps into every part of our lives and it hurts everybody. Everybody. Everybody, right? So we need to have more conversations around these topics, and I think it's really important. Now, a secondary comment I got that kind of jumps into this as well is a comment that I think this person left in good faith, but I could read it both in good faith and bad faith, right? Okay, hold on, chat. Chat says, nah, both need to be checked. You're falling into a false equivalence. Oh my God, help me, guys. False equivalent. They're not analogous. They're not the same. They're not equivalent. They're not the same. That's like saying we have to fight racism and individual people of color, even though racism from a white perspective, like white supremacy is the system, right? RL with the super chat says misandry doesn't unalive men. Please understand. Yeah, like that's the issue is like both things are wrong, but one thing is connected to the system, which means that it's not only wrong individualistically, it's literally baked into the system. So misandry is not baked into the system. Misandry has no legal rights within the system, right? So we have to be very careful about these relationships, and we have to understand which one we're talking about when we have these larger conversations. In the Andrew Schulz, Bernie Sanders conversation, that's a political, like that's a senator, that's a political person, that's somebody tied to policy, right? So like the conversation is about systems, right? When we talk about personal opinions, when Andrew's on trigonometry, we're talking about politics through an individual lens of how he felt as a voter and wanting a president who gets pussy in the White House, right? So these things have to be separated. But the obsession with saying like, oh, misandry and misogyny, they're the same. They're only the same if you're coming from a very specific perspective, which I think is just genuinely uneducated. Yeah, an uneducated person, and I don't mean this in a derogatory way, will assume it is the same. But it is quite literally not the same because we're not having the same conversation. Okay? This comment here was interesting. Oh, hold on. I literally can't see it on my screen. Let me pull it up on my phone. Da, 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 da. On the same video, Andrew Schulz and Bernie Sanders, this commenter said, the point you made about people being progressive for a time and then becoming more conservative, I'm curious where your conservative moment will be. What will be the new progressive policy? What will the new progressive policy be in 15 to 20 years time that will turn you into a conservative? Now, I'm assuming this is in good faith. If it's in bad faith, they might be saying like, hey, you're going to become the conservative you think is so shitty. Or in good faith, what they're saying is, I wonder when it will be. It's already happened. It's already happened. Yeah. When I was going through my deconstruction journey around gender, I moved more conservative, not politically, but kind of more centristy when I was deconstructing non-binary, gender fluid stuff. And then I came back around and continued to be more progressive because my job as a Brittany, my goal as a Brittany is to consistently deconstruct so I never become that conservative person fully, even though I will be over time. I have to catch myself. I have to constantly catch myself because I would like to be an older person that looks at younger people like, hey, you guys are figuring it out. I don't want to be an older person that assumes that younger people don't know what they're talking about. Even though I don't think young people have the wisdom to know what they're talking about, I think they have an intuitive nature about them that allows them to be ahead of the curve because they're living in the most present context of it. The youth have access to knowledge the old can never have access to, but the old have hopefully the earned wisdom over time to utilize learning and deconstructing as they age. So it's already happened to me. It happens to me all the time where I catch myself going like, oh, these youths. And then I have to be like, Brittany. And then I have to be like, never mind, the youths have answers. Okay. Like I catch it because I think it's a part of a biological experience in which not only our IQ lowers down, but we actually have a more isolated nature to us, which makes us more conservative in nature. Right. So I always have to watch myself. I have to consider in which ways I have failed to deconstruct or modernize, in a sense, adapt. And yeah, so in good faith, I think that's a good comment, right? Chet says, love that take. It also means you have to take the time to check on yourself on a regular basis. Like just be real. I think so many people just don't do that. It's learned, not taught. Exactly. I think people genuinely stop learning, and I can't blame them, right? There's basically no disadvantage to it, generally speaking, unless you're interested in becoming more introspective and deconstructing, which I am. If my special interest was in philosophy and learning, then stagnation would also work for me. I'd be pretty successful. But I'm not interested in that. I want to keep deconstructing as much as possible, right? Discord says, I did the same thing. Funny enough, I was watching a video that was more conservative against it. And one day, 19-ish, they said, I don't want to be on the wrong side of history with this, but, and I don't remember the but, I only remember realizing who I was becoming for gender deconstruction. Yeah, I think that's what it is ultimately, even though I might not get it right away, I want to make sure I get it before I dismiss it. I want to make sure that when I dismiss somebody's idea or I disagree with it, I understand where they're coming from in a real way. What I find often with a lot of the comments that I get is, and it's no fault to those people, I'm used to it. And this is my job. This is my obsession, is explaining to people why we keep doing this. So this person comes to my channel and says, I don't like that you're so judgmental because on this video, you were so nuanced, but on this video, you were judgmental and I didn't like it. And so this might be a reason I won't watch your channel. So not only am I getting a judgment, but I'm getting like a threat. Be careful. If I don't like your video, I'm not going to watch it. Okay. Bye. Like, that's the thing, is there's almost like a threat attached to it, even if they don't know that's what they're doing. They're basically saying, because I didn't understand it. And then the fact that they kept using language like both sides. What both sides? There are no two sides to rape. There are no two sides to misogyny. There's I'm not a therapist. Now, in my JoJo podcast, one of the things that I didn't say that I probably should have said, but I thought I was being like pretty clear, is that obviously the cheating is toxic. I just think it's not abusive because in the context in which it took place, it was different. And there are so many conversations I could have had about JoJo and platonic friends or friends you kiss and cuddle with or types of intimacy. But the point was for that video that there was just a misunderstanding of why things happen that I was trying to point out, which I think I did a really good job of. 99% of the people agreed. I did a pretty good job of it, right? The dilemma is always going to be when the bubbles the bubbles smash. Why am I losing words today? It's when these bubbles smash up against each other and collide, and then we have sort of a disagreement because of the way we use words or the way we communicate, right? Clash, thank you guys. Collide, thank you guys. So anyways, I really appreciated the comment, but I also appreciate it because it gives me time to explain why they're wrong. And they are wrong. They're wrong about me and my work, but they're wrong about the idea that they don't judge. If you didn't judge, you wouldn't have left the comment. You have the right to judge, but you don't have the right to pretend that you don't. So I want to make it clear, I'm judging you. I'm just not judging to condemn you, but I am judging you. I am judging you for a lot of things that you're doing. That's what an opinion is. An opinion is a judgment. It's you know what I mean? Now, I think religious kind of moralists, they kind of do this thing where they want to judge you to condemn you. Yeah, I'm not playing God, girl. I'm not going to judge you to condemn you, but I am going to make a judgment. And the fact that you're like anyone's pretending that they don't judge is kind of the problem. The difference is how you judge. Same thing with gossip. Everybody gossips, but how you gossip matters. You should gossip with dignity, right? And Chaz is a woke, up yours, woke moralists, you know? Oh, anyways. Okay, does anyone have thoughts or opinions that I haven't read out that you want me to read? You guys are talking a lot. Oh my gosh, I have to go back. What did I miss? Oh, you guys are really talking to each other. I love that. Okay. Chad says my trauma with women made it so my internalized misogyny had a subconscious intensifier that took a little bit to understand and move past because it was attached to distrust rather than actual hate. Yeah, I've known so many women that are like, don't you feel like female friends are so dramatic and like they're so like I just have a bad relationship with women? I was like, well, maybe it's like the friends you have. Like, have you, because like I hear that from a lot of women, but all their friends are girls. Like, even though they have a perception that their friends are boys, most of the time they're hanging out with girls. And I was like, yeah, I think it's just the girls you met. You know, did you ever think it was like your choice in friends as well? Like at the end of the day, like you can hate a whole gender of people and assume every gender of that, like every person of that gender is going to be X way, but that's just not how it works. So men aren't born misogynistic. They're trained by patriarchy to be misogynistic, right? So the dilemma isn't that they're men. The dilemma is that they don't deconstruct the fact that they're men. And then men will sit there and be like, women are never clear. Women never tell me they need help around the house. My woman never tells me how she feels. Well, she's literally saying to you, hey, when you do this, I'm stressed. Can you help me do the dishes? And he's like, man, I just can't tell what she wants. Man, I just can't tell. My women, am I right? Yeah, you're a bad listener. And because you're a bad listener, you're going to blame women. And then there's different categories of men and how they have a relationship with women. And same thing when women make space for men who are misogynistic and abusive, right? We want to do that because we can see how they got there. But the dilemma is that, do they know that they've gotten there? Do they know they're the problem? Because as long as they maintain that they're not the problem, they're never going to get better. And if they're never going to get better, then they're always just going to be that thing. So when is a person defined by their action and when is a person just living a moment of time? You're always living in the moment you're living in. And you always have the potential to be different. You remember when Katara went to go kill the man who killed her mother? But by the time she met the man who killed her mother, he was a feeble, loser old man. It was no longer the man who killed her mother. Now he was just a pathetic mama's boy who lived under the thumb of his obnoxious mother. Anyone can change. Had Katara faced him, and not changed for the better, by the way, Katara could have faced him when he was in the height of his career, when he was like a murderer, when he was actively killing people. And the fight probably would have been crazy. But she didn't meet him then. She met a different version of him later. And not a better version, not a worse version, just a different other bad version. You know? Chad says, could it be that deconstructing how they are a man is a threat of losing masculinity, which is also a key weapon of misogyny? I think, first of all, there's always going to be a fear. This is a thing I hear from comedians a lot. Comedians will say, if I go to therapy and I heal my childhood trauma, how will I do comedy? Because so much of a section of comedy and art and celebrity comes from trauma. I always say one of the greatest trajectory patterns I've seen in terms of celebrity status is a desire to be famous and enough trauma to do so. Because you throw everything out the window. When you grow up in a relatively like healthy home, you're less likely to throw caution to the wind and you're more likely to maintain some sort of protective measure around your reputation because it's not just yours, it's your family's. But when you hate your family or you don't feel connected to them, you're much more likely to seek fame at the expense of everybody around you because you don't care about anybody around you. Even though deep down you still wish you grew up in a healthy home, you didn't. So you're like, I might as well be famous. Very Trisha Paytas coded, right? So I think there's like something to be said about that. That any deconstruction for anybody is scary because who would I be after I've looked at myself? What if I don't like myself? What if I really see that I'm the worst person ever? What if I hate myself to the point of wanting to end my life? Or what if I feel like I can never be fixed? It's scary to pull yourself up, like apart. It's scary to pull yourself apart and to recognize that you might be the problem. Yeah, it's why ego is so dangerous because though you need a healthy ego, an unhealthy ego will keep you from growing, right? Maiden Monster in the chat says deconstructing requires a fundamentally new way of being in the world, and that comes with a lot of unknowns, and many brains are wired against unknowns. Absolutely. Very true. Yeah, absolutely, right? Chess says that Katara storyline makes me think of the elderly Nazis that took a long time to track down. I always felt this odd empathy because they were old men, but they did such awful things. Yeah, I feel similarly where my instinct is like they're an old person, like they can't hurt anybody anymore. But I don't believe in punishment. And that probably comes from my desire not to punish. So I probably have a different inclination. Again, I don't look for vengeance. I'm not interested in revenge. I'm not interested in punishing or blaming. Like I don't have a part of my, I used to be that person. I'm just not that person anymore. And it took a lot of meditation and a lot of work to not be an angry, bitter, violent person who desired to be vengeful. And I think we take for granted because we think, oh, Brittany must have just always been this way without knowing any of the story that created the person you see in front of you. If you had met Uncle Iroh at a different point in his life, he was a great soldier who killed many people. But when we meet Iroh, he's just a funny uncle who loves tea. And then when Korra meets Iroh, he's this great wise man in the spirit world. This is what it means to be different people throughout a lifetime. This is why it is interesting too when you meet people. Like my brother was telling me a story how he had met up with some people from high school, like it had been like 10 years. And he goes, dude, they're still working at the same like fast food restaurant that like we all started working at in high school. And I was like, that's crazy. He's like, yeah, I can't believe like they haven't done anything. And yeah, some people, that's their life. I remember I went on a date with this guy. You guys have probably heard the story 1,000 times. During COVID, I was going on a lot of first dates on the computer. And I went on a date with this guy, very sweet guy, very handsome guy, even wore a Dragon Ball Z sweater because he knew I liked Dragon Ball Z. Very sweet dude. But I asked him what had he done the last 10 years. And he was like, yeah, nothing. And I was like, oh, he's like, yeah, I've been like really depressed and I haven't really done much. And yeah. And I was like, oh, yeah, no, like I'm not judging you for being depressed, but like we're ill matched. Because depression or not depression, that's not the issue. The issue is that even though you were depressed, because like I was also depressed, I was just doing different things during that depression. I was like figuring out who I was. He at 30 was just beginning to figure out who he was. But by the time I reached 30, I was like very solidly on track for understanding myself and knowing that I'll always keep growing. But this made it so it was like dating a 20-year-old. And I'm not going to date no 20-year-old. Do you know what I mean? I'm not going to date somebody who's like, I'm still trying to figure myself out. Like, no, but I will date somebody who knows, though I figured myself out, I'm excited to see who I'll become. These are two different states of life, which brings us back to the JoJo podcast. JoJo is 22. They don't know who they are. They're 22. Unless you grow up in a very specific bubble in which you never leave. Like my religious brother, my Catholic brother, my farm brother, he was 22, got married. They have 5 kids. Very different existence. He never had to question his bubble. He never explored his sexuality. He didn't change religions. My brother was born into a bubble he liked. He stays in the bubble he likes. He builds a whole relationship with that bubble. But JoJo's obviously deconstructing, going through different bubbles. They were toxic and they were bad at the relationships. But it also makes a lot of sense for who they were. And who are these older people who are engaging with this 22-year-old who rose to fame as a child star and thinks that they're in no way guilty of poaching or predatorizing or targeting somebody who obviously shouldn't be messed with? They also don't have the wisdom or discernment not to pick on a 22-year-old. What are you doing? What are you doing? You're probably just focused on the fact that if you marry JoJo, you're going to be rich. And I didn't even mention that in the podcast because I thought that was, guessing too much of what Kath might have felt. But you tell me in the back of their mind that they're not in any way considering the fact that if they get with JoJo, they might be good for life. Why in the world are you engaging with this kid who barely understands themselves? No, probably because in some capacity, Kath is also a kid who doesn't know themselves, but they're 27 and JoJo's 22. So I agree. I was really messy at 27, but even at 27, like, I get it. Now, you guys know I did an experiment during COVID where everyone is telling me I'm too judgmental of age gap relationships, which sure, 8 billion people on the planet, it's got to work for somebody. So I tried it, right? Remember, I went out with that. I think he was 22. I went out with that 22-year-old guy, college graduate, career focused, family focused, very nice boy. But I was like, nah, this is crazy. Never met him in real life, only on the internet, never engaged in any intimacy, never sent photos, none of that, just pure conversation. And I was like, no, people who do this, like we do not have the same brains. He was so nice, but there's just no way I could get it. I was like, I don't get it. I don't get what you guys are doing. He was so sweet, but he was obviously so young. And this is what I'm trying to say to people. Like, this is too young. And I don't get what relationship you're having with these young people, but like, I can't do it. I don't know. I can't do it. So again, you do you. You're obviously having a different relationship, but like, I am very hesitant to believe people that are much older are sitting there and picking out these younger people and aren't stunted in their own way themselves, So anyways, all of this to say, love the new people coming and finding my content. Excited to see that channel grow. Excited to see the people continue to comment. But just a reminder, if you're going to leave a comment in my comment section saying that I'm judgmental and that you don't think you can watch somebody who's so judgmental, I'm proud of you for discerning and using judgment to make a decision that I'm not the content creator for you. All right. With that said, should I leave my husband if he voted for Trump? Should I leave my husband if he voted for Trump? Okay, that's the next video. Let's go through it, okay? Boy, I wanna know why you so obsessed with me. Chad says we forgot that Iroh used to do war crimes and then he became the most positive character in the show. Abso-fucking-lutely. Absolutely. Oh, Chad says I was just thinking today about my ex lately, and he says he misses our friendship in quotations and asking about trying to fix things when we first broke up and how he doesn't even know me anymore. It's been almost 3 years. Some people they stay stagnant in their life and it's kind of like, do you guys have nieces and nephews or kids in your life? Where like every few months when I catch up with my nieces and nephews, I am shocked at how much they've changed and grown, right? Some people don't. And so they forget like, hey, we're all changing and growing, but it's because they don't change and grow. They assume nobody else is. And that's what's kind of crazy about being people. Like if you watch my content and it's more than 6 months old, it's probably outdated. It just probably is. 6 to 8 months. If it's definitely 8 months ago, it's absolutely outdated. It's probably outdated if it was posted 6 months ago. Like the most current Britney is the one who posted within the last 30 days. And even that, you know, I know a lot of people go back and watch the older content and that's really great, but I'm growing constantly. You know, I'm always growing. And actually, somebody asked me in the Discord, like, oh, you should post a playlist of your old podcasts on the new channel. One, that ruins the algorithm. So if you're a new content creator, don't do that. But two, now it gives me a chance to remake a lot of that content with the most current version of me for that new podcast channel, right? But like, I will change. That's why I think in a lot of ways it's cool to remake content. You know that there's a series that does that. Billie Eilish was interviewed and other celebrities where they're like, Billie Eilish this 10 years ago, Billie Eilish 5 years ago, Billie Eilish. And they ask her the same questions. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? It's kind of like that where, you know, if you assume a content creator is the same person they were 10 years ago, like probably not. But also it's not wrong to think that when billions and billions of people on the planet are literally the same. Yeah, there are billions of people that just like will be the same as they are today as they were 10 years ago. Do you know what I mean? Okay, Chet knows what I'm talking about. You have seen those videos? Yeah. So all of this to say, again, humans are going to human. It was kind of cool. It's been really cool reading the comments on that JoJo video because they're not my audience, which is so crazy. Like even the people that are like, I can't wait to see this channel grow. I'm like, yeah, me too. But like they're like, I don't know if people are thinking I'm a brand new content creator or what, but yeah, I'm so excited to see who comes, who's interested, who ends up. I want to know who signs up for the Discord through that channel and ends up coming to the Discord, and the vibes are going to be interesting. You know, it's like I want this community to grow, but since streaming is so niche, it's like it makes sense to do it through that means. But man, I'm excited to see what happens. Okay, now let's watch this video because I think it will be important. Chaz says new generation of community members. No, for real. That's true too. There is always a recycle. There is always an update. Even on the Discord, like the new patrons versus the old, and like because a lot of the old patrons leave and new people come in, the generations change, or even the language on the Discord changes. Everything changes. It's exciting. See, I'm just here. I really feel like I'm the person who's just always at school and the classes change, but I'm still there. That's what it feels like. You know what I just realized? I kind of just realized I got a tinkle. I drank so much water this morning. Let me do that before we get into this because I'm going to be thinking about tinkling and then I'm just going to be a mess. So give me a second. I'll be right back. Early break, early break. All right. All right, all right. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Okay. Ba-da-da-da-da. All right, who here watches The Financial Diet? It's host Chelsea has a reoccurring segment called Asked and Answered. And this is featuring, let me see here, a content creator. You probably know her, maybe you don't. She, I always forget the name of her. Broke Millennial, that's what it is. Erin. So Erin and Chelsea Financial Diet, Erin Broke Millennial. And they have an Asked and Answered show that I do like to watch. And one of the questions was, should I leave my husband for being a Trump voter? And I want to watch this segment with you, have the conversation, and add in my 2 cents to what I think about this bubble and this advice that the ladies give. And I'm excited to see what conversation we have. Because, yeah, I think it's interesting. Let me just say that. Okay.
Let's just say Facebook brainworms that have led one down the alt-right pipeline, the far-right pipeline. Trust me that I know that this is a many-layered group.
She's just moving into the, oh, hold on. I forgot. I timestamped it wrong. My bad. Hold on. Let me go back.
I digress.
Man, okay.
It'll be a lot of digressions.
How's the volume?
Episode, if we're being honest.
Wait, why does the volume feel off? What's going on? Hold on. It's my computer. No? Is the volume a little low?
True. So let's start with a bummer question. After 5 years of marriage and one wonderful child, we were about to start trying for a second. I found out that my husband voted for Trump. We literally used to go to Obama rallies together in college, and he was marching with me in January 2017. But I guess him getting into fitness over the past few years took him down some very questionable YouTube rabbit holes, and now we're here. We basically got into a huge blowout fight about the Department of Education. I'm a teacher, and he let it slip that he voted for Trump this time because life was too expensive under Biden. I also suspect that there were some dubious DEI concerns in there, but I'm not even going to bother figuring it out. He's a software engineer who earns about 4 times what I do, and like I said, I'm a teacher. We don't have a prenup. I feel like I'm married to a stranger, and the finances of divorce are terrifying for me to consider. I don't have a ton, but I do have my own emergency fund and a 403b. Any advice?
Okay, stop. What do we think? What are our initial thoughts around it? What do we think about the situation? What were some initial thoughts that came into your mind as you were listening to her read that? Because I had a lot of thoughts, but I just want to preface this, especially if you're new to my channel, that I think there's a difference between marrying somebody and marrying your high compatibility partner. I think most people settle in relationships like they do in friendships or jobs. I think most people don't actually know what they want out of a marriage, and they don't actually know how to talk about shared values. So what do you guys think? You know, what were your initial impressions? Chat says, did she talk to him? But that's wild. How did you not know? Or why did he switch up? Chat says if your partner is a stranger, that's a bigger problem than just the voting thing. Chat says they don't keep up with each other. Chat says, is it worth talking to him? Chat says it sounds like they don't communicate as much as they could have in order to see this coming. Chat says she needs to start asking him questions. Chat says initially, I thought this lady did not ask enough questions when they were dating. But to be honest, I don't know about breaking up the family at this point. Chat says blaming fitness is questionable. Chat says it's hard to have a conversation without getting angry. And Chat says, I can't imagine not discussing voting with a partner, committing to conclusions together. Yeah. Ooh, Chat says, I think they're at the beginning of different paths in life. Ooh. Okay. Chat says that's a jump, to be honest, like a jump to divorce. I don't know the context of the fight, but I think there needs to be more communication. I think divorce is a natural part of life. People change. There isn't a rise in relationships falling apart. There's just access to it now. Oh, I don't know what do you mean by that? There isn't a rise in relationships falling apart. There's just access to it now. I don't know what you mean by that. Because statistically, women were trapped in marriages they couldn't get out of until divorce was literally made easier and more legal, and women being able to have bank accounts and their own means of, capital played into divorce rates, if that's what you mean. But if you mean people entrapped in relationships, so I don't know if you mean the literal divorce rate or you just mean like people falling out of love in a relationship. Chat says people used to be gate kept from getting a divorce from the legal point, but they were also gate kept economically. Okay, yeah, I mean, yeah, that's true. Now there's access and freedom and support for women to leave even if they're poor. Okay, yeah. Okay. So right away, I had almost exactly the same thoughts you did, where I was like, how did this happen? It couldn't have come out of nowhere. How often were you talking? How is this possible? And I say this as somebody who's married to somebody where we talk every day, all day about we do not stop talking, and we share. What did you watch today? Our YouTube algorithms are completely different. When I go on the tablet, so they have a tablet, when I go on my partner's tablet and I see what they've been watching, I'm like, geez, your algorithm is so different than mine. And then, yes, we have some overlap, obviously, but and we do this on purpose. Both of us curate our algorithms on purpose. Mine is mostly kind of work focused. Like I have a very work focused algorithm because I'm looking for content to react to. But we are always sharing. We share so many thoughts that like I have to be like, I have to pee. You got to let me go. You got to let me go to the bathroom. And they're like, wait, but listen to this last thought. And then I'm with somebody who like we have problems going to sleep at night because we just want to stay up and talk all night. Okay. So I'm just like, I'm in a very particular kind of talking relationship, right? Chat says, do you ever consider it's the autism that will make you go so deep, so in depth in conversations? Yeah. I mean, obviously it is the autism, but it's even more than that. It's our interest. We have interests. We have shared interests. I also love the gym bubble. I love gym bubbles. Gym bubbles can be very conservative, very Trump voting. There is a whole bubble of boys on the internet who love to hit the gym and talk about MAGA. So I'm assuming that's the bubble her husband went down. I'm assuming he was on the Brandon Shaw, Brendan Shaw, whatever. He was in that bubble, like the, Andrew Tate adjacent bubbles. I don't know if he was so much on the lean beef patty side, which tends to be neutral, or the Jesse James West side that tends to be neutral. He was probably more just in the, there's a bubble on the internet that's very like MAGA. So, and on top of that, he's a tech dude, right? So on top of that, he's tech and he's gym. It's like a breeding ground for MAGA. The issue is, why did it feel like such a surprise? And also, why weren't they voting the same? Why weren't they on the same page of who we're voting for? Now, where did this change come about? When she dated him and then got with him, what was his stances on politics? What was his values? Apparently they seemed to be on the same page, but something changed. Now, here's the thing. In my marriage, we do consider a deep value change to be divorce worthy, because at some point we can't afford to look at each other like strangers. We can't emotionally afford it. We can't mentally health afford it. It's not about finances. We don't care about finances. To be honest with you, I'm not afraid of starting over again. And that's just my mindset. My partner's not afraid of starting over again. For a lot of people, that's really scary. I've done it so many times in my life that it feels so normal to me to start over again. I'm honestly not that afraid of it. I'm more worried about being trapped in a marriage I don't like. I would rather start again with $0 in my account than stay in a marriage because of money. And that's only for Brittany. That's only for me. But that also probably plays into my philosophical belief that nothing is mine and I'm not attached to anything. Like, people are always like, oh my God, your YouTube videos, do you save them? No. I don't care if everything gets deleted right now. I don't know. I'm not attached to it. I'm not attached to my stuff. I'm not attached to things. I have nostalgia for stuff. I have like photo albums and stuff, but like if they all burn in a fire, like that's sad. But I mean, that's life. Like, what are you going to do? What am I going to ruin my life because some things like, no. So like, everyone's different. I've also had therapy and I've gone through a deconstruction journey and I'm still doing it every day. So I think for me, it's more about observing that I'm on a journey of life. Like sometimes I feel like my life doesn't even belong to me. It belongs to this like biological experience that I'm having and I'm just here to enjoy the ride. So it's a big part of like how you interact with life. So these are our initial thoughts. Damn, we're like minutes into this video and these are just our initial thoughts. Let's see how the ladies tackle the conversation.
How many emergency funds to call back to last season? So
This is why, as I
14.
said, every woman should have 26 secret bank accounts.
So I'm going to let you start on this one because I think we're going to agree and slightly disagree.
I say this, I'm got to keep this vague. As someone who has lost many loved ones, more than I would even like to say, to, let's just say, Facebook brainworms that have led one down the alt-right pipeline, the far-right pipeline. Trust me that I know that this is a many-layered grief, right? Because you are not only grieving the dynamic that you used to have with this person, you are grieving the person that they used to be, the values that you thought that they shared. And in many cases, many of us who have loved ones who have gone down this rabbit hole know that you reach a certain point when you no longer even really live in a shared reality,
Okay, that's very true. I have a MAGA family. Part of my family's MAGA. It's very weird, but it is what it is. I grew up with it my whole life. There is a part of it that's sad, but also a part of it like, hey, what are you going to do? Okay. Chat says, did she just say that women should have secret bank accounts? I don't know if Chelsea literally means secret, but Chelsea does kind of subscribe to the belief system that women should always be ready and prepared for the inevitable or possible divorce or death of a partner. And I think being prepared is good. I think Chelsea and I differ on our beliefs around relationships, even though Chelsea's been partnered for like 14 years. I think I believe I do things differently in my relationship, but that's okay. Everyone's different in their relationships. So that's really what the conversation is going to be about today. Which category of person are you in? What does being prepared look like? Like my partner and I would not have sacrificed how good our life was before we met each other, our single life, unless we thought we were engaging with somebody who was genuinely so similar to us that we're going to grow old together. Because unlike other people, my partner and I agree, should one of us become Trump voters, we're allowed to take that person to the doctor. If I wake up tomorrow and say, baby, listen, baby, I think I'm going to vote for Team Orange. I think, look at him, so orange, so shiny. My partner would be like, we need to go get you checked by a doctor. Versus in a normie relationship where no one talks about anything, your partner all of a sudden can say they're a Trump voter and you can just sit there and be devastated instead of being like actually concerned for their mental health. It would be, I'm married into an anti-Trump family. My partner's very anti-Trump, very anti-fascist. Like if my partner tomorrow woke up and was like, hey, I think I love fascism now, I'd be like, oh, I think we have to go to the doctor. So do you get what I'm saying? It wouldn't just be devastating. It would be a sign of dementia. But you see in other people's relationships, they're not thinking dementia. They're thinking man became misogynist. I'm like, oh, see in my relationship, dementia. And that's the difference. That's the key difference in these relationships. And that's why I think it's so interesting when people get married. Because a part of me is like, I can't believe you're getting married to somebody that could become a fascist. Or that could be anti-homophobic or be homophobic. Sorry, not anti-homophobic. Be homophobic or be racist in that. Like, you know what I mean? That's the difference here. So, okay.
There are so many things that become taboo subjects that can't be agreed upon, that are, that start a fight that, I will frequently go on the QAnon casualties subreddit where people talk about, and it's not just QAnons, people who've kind of gone down the MAGA or far right pipeline. And people talk all the time about it feeling, and this is for people who have also had loved ones suffer from dementia, that it feels almost like akin to dementia in some ways, because a lot of these things that you're talking about, like they become so extreme and so decoupled from reality and so aggressive that you don't even feel like you can have a rational conversation with this person who in many cases, these people used to be, as you say, quite open-minded, quite progressive, quite liberal, quite, the opposite.
I disagree that any progressive person all of a sudden became a Trump voter. You know what I relate this to? And I really have been on this vegan journey as a philosophical perspective. When people say like, you can't be vegan and be not vegan again, they don't mean the diet. I really get it. Like, I kind of really get it when they say you can't just go from being like not racist to racist. I kind of get it. Like, I get what they're saying. Once you've truly embodied a belief that like people shouldn't be judged on their skin color, you can't just all of a sudden turn around and be like, actually, I think the 13%, I think we should talk about the 13%. Do you know what I mean? Like, it would be very difficult. You would have to have enough racism already embodied in your belief to allow you to even consider, you know what I mean, these dog whistles for racism. And I think that's what we're not actually talking about is a lot of liberals are racist. A lot of liberals are homophobic. A lot of liberals are misogynistic. So they're primed and ready to actually be those things. So when you deconstruct that and you become more progressive, it's an embodied experience, much like veganism. Once you have a relationship that animals are not here for our labor and they actually are their own sacred being that deserves the dignity we would show to another human being, then you can't go back and all of a sudden be like, actually, slavery kind of had a point. You know, once you're like pretty anti-slavery, like for real, you can't just be like, actually, I think owning people kind of based. Right now, again, I'm still plant-based. I'm not yet vegan philosophically. I'm on that journey, but there's no Britney that exists in which I tell my partner, hey, what if we owned people? Are we down for that? Do you want to own some people? Like, no, we're not going to own people. But do you know what I'm saying? There are people on the planet that own people and that are open to owning people and that engage in slavery. And that's because they already had that sort of baked into their belief system or their sense of entitlement, right? Okay.
I also think that, in my life, when I look around, I'm a coastal elite. As I said, I'm a lib, further left than.
Oh, wait a second. TMM in the chat says Caffeine Jedi is a great YouTuber who made videos about having to leave her husband after dabbling with alternative medicine. Led him to joining QAnon? Whoa, I will look that up for another day. That's crazy. Thank you, TMM, for the recommendation.
Than many probably, but either way, I'm a progressive woman who works in a progressive space and generally exists in a progressive social environment. I would say about probably over 50% of my friends now and loved ones have lost many people to a similar. I mean, look at the numbers, right? The numbers don't lie. This man won the popular vote this time. So I think that it's, and I should also say, the people in my life who have lost loved ones to this, they are diverse in every way you can imagine. These are my LGBT friends. These are non-white. These are non-American in many cases. I have a lot of French people whose parents have gone down far right pipelines and are obsessed with Trump from France. Talk about loser energy. He doesn't even, you don't even go to the school. Exactly. So this is a problem. I think that if we think that this is just, I think a lot of people tend to think of the sort of MAGA caricature as like a middle-aged white man with a beer belly in northern Florida who drives trucks with American flags on the back of them and, says like, get her done and stuff. And I think that we're really deluding ourselves / are in a very insulated social and economic and educational bubble if we think that that's what MAGA looks like now, because it doesn't. And generally speaking, if you don't know anyone that this has happened to or don't have a close relative or, someone of that level, generally speaking, what that means about you is that you're affluent, is that you're educated, and the rest.
Okay, wait. Chad says, that's what I'm saying. Like, how does Trump have stance in other countries? I met Croatians that are pro-Trump. And I was like, it's because the United States, guys, is a global superpower. We impact everybody's life. So other countries have Trump stands because they think Trump is going to help bolster their economy through his policy and stuff. I met Croatian Trumpers. It was weird. I was like, oh, okay. They were like, we love Ben Shapiro. We XYZ. I was just like, okay.
Rest of the people around you are, because those are the two big indicators now. You're more likely to be liberal now if you're more educated, more affluent, and concentrated in urban areas. Those are kind of the rules. So I want to say that I think that the choice of what to do with people in your life that go down this route is a very nuanced one. And I think there are many factors at play in deciding what your decision is as a result of this. The proximity you feel you can keep, etc. In a previous episode, when a man was...
Also, I would just like to point out that had if my partner and I come to each other and says, hey, I'm deeply worried about you and I don't know how you came to these conclusions, that we would be so good faith, we would trust one another. If you're married to somebody who is defensive and refuses to engage in any possibility that you were right about their mental health, then one, you married the wrong person, and two, you don't have a safe marriage. You cannot have a safe union if you do not trust the person you were sleeping next to. You have to trust that person like you trust yourself. And if you don't, you shouldn't marry them. If you do not trust your partner the way you trust yourself, you should not do life with them. And if you do not trust yourself, you should learn to trust yourself before you get married. Okay, we want preventative care here. But I think that's a very big issue that happens in a lot of marriages. A lot of people get very married very fast. They fall in love very fast and they don't even know who that person is yet, but they feel like they do. It's not the time you spent with that person. It's the quality of the time you've spent with them, right? Where you learn them, you learn their values, you see them in social situations. You know, I got married after a year, but we really got to know each other. We were older and incredibly intentional about our dating, which is different. And I say this as somebody who dated throughout her 20s, who knew none of her partners were made for her. I would question my partners. I say, I know we live together. We've never mixed money. We've never shared bank accounts. We don't have the same jobs. And I say, I don't trust you. I am distrustful of you. And I would like you to be somebody I can trust before I marry you. And they never got there. Okay. So I, for the first time in my life, dated somebody who I not only trusted the way I trust myself, but we have shared values and we're so high compatibility. It feels like magic. That's obviously the person I'm going to do life with, right? RL, thank you so much for the super chat, says the term own is so interesting. Own would imply an extension of oneself. Nobody owns anything. So owning a conscious being, even pets, doesn't exist. Yeah, it is kind of interesting. I feel like another way to think about it is responsibility for. Like, I don't own Indiana. I'm just responsibility. I have responsibility towards Indiana, or that's my cat, or for those who don't know, hello, new people, or my child. I don't own my child, but I'm responsible for my child. And I also don't have a child if you're new to my channel. Anyways, chat says who you marry is literally the most important thing, which Chelsea just made a new podcast about. But since Chelsea's a finance channel, it's always from the perspective of money. And I really think it's, for me, always going to come from the perspective of philosophical love. The wisdom of love and like connectivity and like the consciousness, loving the consciousness, right? Chet says, how was dating for you going through that process? Well, it depends on what stage of life you mean. Do you mean the dating I was doing as like a teenager until 30? Or do you mean the dating that I was doing that was courting? So very intentional about who I was dating. When I was intentional about who I was dating, I was so intentional because I had really done the work with myself, my job, my career, my compromises, my values, who I was, things I would not tolerate past a first date, right? Like there were dates I went on where I was like, nope, you're not my partner. And they'd be like, what? You've only talked to me for 30 minutes. And I was like, no, I can tell. It's the language. When people talk to you, they tell you who they are. If I'm on a date with somebody and they're like, I just think people are right on both sides, date's over. If they're just like, yeah, well, I think like something like I'm fiscally conservative, but socially liberal, date's over. I like trans people, but sometimes I think like they push it on children, date's over. There are just things people say that I'm like, date's over. And people be like, wait, you didn't give me a chance. Date's over. I don't really like Trump as a person, but I think he might be good for the country. Date's over. Date is over. Chat says, does vegan philosophy bubble consider pets subjugated to the human so that it's better to not have pets? Yes. Some vegans do think it's wrong to own pets or have pets or care for pets, and some vegans don't. Just depends on the vegan.
Hiding the fact that he lost his job and got into $60,000 of high interest credit card debt. And
hold on, I have to rewind that because I kind of lost track of where we were. Chad says, how did you get that discernment? Years and years and years of deconstruction, introspection, reading books. I've read thousands of books. I've traveled multiple times on my own solo. I've dated lots of people. I've hopped in lots of bubbles. I've been in different cultural bubbles. I've really lived a life. I lived a life of collecting data. And I'm in the second stage of that as well, of course. But until I hit 30, I was honestly a hot effing mess, bros. Until I hit 30 years old, I was a mess. And I was messy because I didn't know who I was. And once I figured out who I was at the foundational core, life just got so much easier and healthier and better. So don't worry that like you're too old, or don't worry it's too late. It's not too late. It's just where you are in the journey. So keep gathering the data and keep asking yourself, like, who really am I? One of the best one of the best meditative practices I've engaged in personally is I imagine myself isolated from the world, but not in a running away way, in a literal way. Like, who would Brittany be if the world didn't tell her constantly who to be? Like, what do I really care about? Do I care about gender? Do I care about fatness? Do I care about any of these things that everyone has always told me I have to care about? Do I need to moralize these things? Do I care? And I realized, like, yeah, I don't care about these things. Like, everyone makes me think that I should care, but I just don't care. I don't care if the government pays for your student loans. I don't care if we house everybody. Like, I don't care about any of these things. I think, sure, why not? Like, I don't, people want me to have attachment to things they have attachment to, but you should figure out what you actually have attachment to. Like, you should figure out what you actually have attachment to. Chat says, Break, is it okay to link you interesting video? I don't let people link videos in my chat unless it's mods. So you can suggest a video and I might check it out, but no guarantees.
Vision is as a result of this, the proximity you feel you can keep, etc. In a previous episode, when a man was hiding the fact that he lost his job.
Oh, hold on, chat. Language difference here. You said I just came into chat. Do you not care about housing the homeless, or is this just out of context? No. Sorry, I'm talking to conservative. So when I say I don't care about housing people or paying their student loans, I mean, I think we should do it. Ooh, language differences. I mean, we should do it. I'm talking like sorry, I'm a progressive. So the person I would be talking to would be conservative. So the conservative would say, don't you think it's unfair that we're paying for their houses? And I would say, I don't care. House them. That's what I mean. So we should house the homeless and unhoused. We should give people education. We should pay off their student loans. I don't mind if we do those things. That's what I mean. Remember, I am a progressive. So anybody I am arguing with will be a conservative, right?
Got into $60,000 of high interest credit card debt, and I believe was probably pushed out of that job for quite sketchy reasons based on the information we were given. I was unequivocally like, I would personally not stay with this person. I don't think you can. I think it's such a violation of trust. In this instance, I think both for financial and personal reasons, as you rightly say, divorce could be financially ruinous for you and could also, in the meantime, really upend your life in a lot of really tragic ways. I think that it is not wise as a country or as an individual to automatically say that anyone who voted for Trump for any reason should be dead to you. And also in the case of someone you have a child with, they literally can't be. They will be a co-parent for you for the rest of your life. So you're not getting rid of this person, even if you divorce them. You still have to coexist with them. They will still be 50% of your child's rearing and education. Ideally, we all know dads don't show up 50% of the time, but in theory is 50% of this, and someone you will need to coexist with. My personal advice, financially aside, would be try to drill down as much as you possibly can on, you said YouTube rabbit holes. What are we talking about? You said voted for Trump for economic reasons. Let's research on that, mama. Like, are we talking conspiracy theories, or are we talking, my cost of living got out of control, so I just wanted to get the current administration out of office and didn't think Kamala would be helpful? Like, I think we need to really drill down. I think we need to decide what are our boundaries around, do we need to go to counseling? Do we need to, I think there's a lot of steps you can take, but I don't think for both personal, but also very purely financial and logistical reasons that I would necessarily automatically hit the eject button and launch yourself into what is likely to.
There's also a high probability that this person but they have to be open-minded to it. They would have to really be open to the fact that they could be wrong. And it's not like once you voted for Trump, you're ruined. Like, lots of people vote for people they regret. I mean, I voted for McCain and Sarah Palin when I was my first presidential election right out of high school. Okay, we all have regrets. Okay, we all have regrets. So I would say that if this person is willing to grow and deconstruct and educate themselves, it's not a lost cause. The question is he willing to do that? Or is he actually going to double down and be like, women are such bitches. They take all my money. Women are such hoes. They take all my children away from me. I can't see my kids. I love Nazis. I don't know what the song is from Kanye. I'm making a joke at Kanye's expense. My bad. Don't quote me on that, okay? I'm quoting Kanye. The point is that it's like the husband going to pull a Kanye and be like, someone took my kids. I can't see my kids. Is that what happened? You know what I mean? This is where you got to sit down and really know the person you married. But let's be real. You don't know the person you married. A lot of people don't know the people they're dating. I refuse to engage in conversations with people that say something like Chelsea's newest podcast is actually about this thing. Like, oh, who you marry is the most important thing ever. And this woman goes, all relationships have their problems. Speak for yourself. I don't like this saying when people say like, that's a girl, I have full volume in my kitchen and share the wall with my neighbor. Well, RIP to your neighbor, girl. But like, I don't like when people say things like all relationships have their problems. Who? Not my relationship, girl. What do you mean by What do you mean by problem? What do you mean by relationship? You know, what does that mean? What do you mean we all, okay. Every relationship has two individuals in which separately they could be going through problems, and those problems could help or hinder the relationship in some capacity. And that's why we go to counseling, or that's why we problem solve together. But I don't like this idea that like, ooh, everyone has problems. Everybody has problems, but not every marriage has problems. You know, every person has problems. Not every marriage has problems in the same way. Like, I don't know what that means.
To be a very contested divorce, because also keep in mind, like, I mean, unless he's gone completely off the Richter scale, which is possible, and that's something you really need to look into, because trust me, every day on the QAnon casualty subreddit is a woman whose husband has gone down at the craziest possible rabbit hole and has guns in the house. So trust me that there's a big range, right? There's a huge range of what this could look like. But if he's a relatively normal person who made a very ill-advised choice for what he thought was economic reasons, if you up and leave him tomorrow, that's devastating for him. And he's probably not going to understand it. And he's probably not going to be able to rationalize it, which is not a good ingredient for an amicable, easy, inexpensive divorce.
So in other words, if the wife feels, I'm going to translate, if the wife feels blindsided by her husband voting for Trump and feels like he's a stranger, he's also going to feel blindsided and like he married a stranger if she up and leaves him. In other words, because they did not communicate in a way that was transparent and they weren't on the same page leading into the election, now she feels like she married a stranger and he's going to feel like he married a stranger. And it's going to be confusing and both are going to feel betrayed. The question is, how in the world did he vote for someone you didn't know? How did this man vote for Trump and you didn't see it coming? Because no way. See, this tells me you are not talking to your partner. No way leading up into one of the most contentious elections of our time, one of the most serious elections of our time, did you not understand who your husband was voting for? So how were you blindsided? I'm not victim blaming. I'm asking a serious question. How in the world did you not know? You know? Chad says, I think as long as all parties are respectful about it, people can vote for whoever they want to. If you vote for a rapist, you don't get to sleep next to me at night. Period.
Also worth keeping in mind.
I think it would also further entrench his viewpoints about both women and liberals and, you know, whatever else. The thing that scares me the most, so I concur. The thing that scares me the most for you is, yes, which version of the rabbit hole is it? And are we going down the, I want a trad wife, I want, you know, a very traditional dynamic in my marriage, I want you to quit your job and just be a wife and mother. Now, I'm saying that not to diminish anybody who works full-time as a mom or, you know, at home, who has left the traditional workforce. That is not my point. My point is, if that's not you, never has been you, you've always been very honest about it, you already have a child, you've remained in the workforce, it's important to you, you love your career, and all of a sudden your spouse is pushing to isolate you out of that and to make sure that...
Chad says, if you knowingly vote for a rapist, the truth is we probably all voted for likely rapist Biden. Okay, I've never heard that Biden was a rapist, but I've never voted for Joe Biden, unless you count me voting for Joe Biden because I voted for Barack Obama when I was a liberal, okay? But is there like some talk about Biden being a rapist? Like, I've never heard that. Okay, and I have issues with Biden's policy because he did nothing to save the Palestinians who are currently being genocided. Okay, but like, I never voted for Biden, for the record. Okay. Maiden says, I think that most not enlightened people, relationships are hard because of ego plays such a major role. True. This is why romantic relations are hard for me, at least, but I also haven't married. I think the ego is that's why it has to be a team effort though, huh? Like, if your ego is more important than your marriage, you're going to lose that marriage. You know, Chad says, you know, Brittany, I didn't know how to reject or disagree with ideas or people without demonizing them. Leave it to a Taurus to be able to ground nuance and make it tangible social currency. Girl, amen. I love that. Thank you. Chad says, the way I treat my partner, I treat researching local election candidates as a group project and collaboration. I can't even imagine not being on the same page. Yeah, it's like, how are we not talking about this? How are we not having this conversation? Like, how are we as a team not working as a team? But that, going to what Maiden just said, the ego. This man was in his ego, and this woman was in her ignorance. See, the greatest sin of ignorance, right, is it doesn't allow you to take responsibility for your life. I didn't know. I was blindsided. I didn't know he voted for Trump. Yeah. Why? It's one thing for him to trick you, and it's one thing for you to not pay attention. So which one is it? You know what I mean? Which one is it?
That you are not earning your own living, which actually puts you in a position of complete dependence on him, that's a red flag. The bigger question is, yes, what kind of versions of rabbit holes, but also can you be honest with him about how this whole thing made you feel?
Oh, Chet says, yeah, he has a discussion about past incidents. Biden? Ugh, gross. I'll have to look into that. I didn't know. RL Super Chat says, if you voted for a rapist, you don't get to sleep next to me. Oh God, stand on business, Brittany. Thank you so much for the Super Chat. And look, like, I'm very serious about this, especially as a victim of assault myself. Like, something I really see in my MAGA family is like, we don't talk about it. And they don't believe he assaulted these women, even though he talked about it. But more than that, they're very much like, you play with fire, you're going to get burned kind of people. To them, they often will victim blame. So for them, they're like, why did these women put themselves in that position? Like, what position did you put yourself in? It's a very difficult group of people to be around because they want to protect victims, but they don't know how to. And that's the dilemma, is like, we are giving you tools to protect victims, but you don't want to implement it, because then you'd have to stop talking to a lot of people in your life, right? And that's the problem, is like, I know meeting family where they're at and doing your open with boundaries is important. And this is why, again, I'm always open to my inner circle. I love my inner circle. I'm always open to my family and friends, but I definitely put down really hard boundaries, especially moving as I get older, because they aren't changing and I am. And I need them to understand that, like, your stagnation has nothing to do with me. But if you look at me and think, how does Brittany change? How does she grow so much? And you want to grow, I'm here for that. I will never move somebody away who wants to grow. But I do know the difference between when people want to grow and when people pretend to want to grow. And people who are pretending to want to grow, they're gonna waste your time. So you got to figure out, like, are these people actually trying to grow, or are they just pretending they want to grow? And that's difficult. And make sure when you're with somebody, you grow at the same pace, or you keep each other growing if one's growing faster, because, like, you can grow apart. It is very common to grow apart if you're not growing together. Again, you're a team or you're not a team. This is why I don't believe in secret to-go bags or secret bank accounts or secret anything. No secrets from the teammates, but the teammates all have to be transparent. And then we have to really work on us being successful as a team. You know? Oh, girl.
You're telling us about how it made you feel, and it made you feel like you were ready to invoke the word divorce, which is, that's huge. Like, that's a real fast leap, which also makes me feel like there's some other stuff going on.
Quite possibly.
And are you safe enough and comfortable enough, like, emotionally, physically, practically, to have that conversation with him? His reaction to it can also be telling. I very much agree with counseling. I do think that it's worth getting a third party in there to have some conversations about, it's okay to disagree politically. It's okay to be married to somebody that doesn't vote in complete alignment with you all the time. But the question is, particularly with someone this level of polarizing, what was their real reason? And there
is a high probability that they were having problems in the marriage leading up to this. For sure. Right? That's why when she says it came out of nowhere, I feel like I married a stranger. Nothing ever comes out of nowhere. But the question is, it's very easy for all of us. Like, hindsight is 2020 for a reason. Like, hindsight requires you to live through the mistake so you can look back at it. But when you're in it, you're probably blind to it. But I bet if she, in a year or two, when she looks back at this, she's gonna be like, oh, the signs were all there. I just wasn't paying attention. Maybe at dinner one day, he just goes, man, these females, am I right? And she goes, ha. Ignores it. He called him a female. That's kind of funny. Okay. But, like, doesn't think about what it means, the implication. Who did he hear that from? Why is he using that word? Right. Maybe they're out, and about, and he was just like, man, it kind of sucks being a man and having to pay for every meal, instead of thinking like, yeah, why do men pay for every meal? And men, by the way, who complain about having to pay for dates aren't men who are saying, hey, we shouldn't have to pay for dates. They're men who are saying, I want to be worshiped for paying for dinner. It's like, I think people, and I did this, I 100% did this in my dating life. I didn't pay attention to the red flags because I thought, well, maybe they just don't mean it the way that they're saying it. maybe they mean it in a different way, but they don't. I'd like to believe they do, but they often don't. Now, some language can be confused, like the person who came into my chat just now and thought I was saying that we shouldn't house people when I was actually saying, no, we should house people. It's like, sure, maybe that happens, but not when people are sitting there being like, I think Trump has some good points. I don't know in what world you think Trump is economically sound or in any way ethically sound when it comes to marginalized communities. So any person who's even at this point willing to entertain it is either so fucking ignorant that they are not worth dating because you can't date someone that's stupid, or they are educated on Trump and they're just as shitty of a person as he is. With peace and love.
Like, the economy felt bad. Is that like the real reason, or is that we think that's a socially acceptable reason to give you this answer? You know, you flagged kind of DEI. That raises a lot of questions. Also, if he's okay with the DOE being completely dismantled and you're a teacher, like, you need to have some real serious conversations about that as well.
Exactly. How do you date a teacher unless the teacher also wants the Department of Education dismantled? So if you're dating a teacher who's a Republican, they're like, fuck the DOE. Okay. But if she is not one of those teachers, then how is she dating somebody who wants to see her job not only threatened, but wants to see the standard of education go down? How did you marry somebody that's not on the same page with you in terms of education?
Well, again, my husband's a teacher. I feel very strongly about the idea of the DOE.
And by the way, this is very helpful for preventative work. So we're not like pointing the finger at this woman. We're just saying, how did we even get here? Not this woman, but any of us. When you're on a date, ask people these questions. Ask about your job. Ask about the way you exist in the world. I am part-time, like an erotic artist. I just did the most beautiful photo shoot. Oh, gorgeous photo shoot, nude photo shoot on OF. That obviously came up on conversation when I was courting my now partner. Do you have a problem with it? Are you sex negative? Are you anti-adult content? Are you in any way shameful of the body? How do you feel about it? Do you understand that I will be doing this until I'm 90? How do you feel about this? Like, these are very important questions to ask, because a lot of men will date a lot of AMAB people will date a lot of AFAB people and assume that when they're dating them, they'll eventually stop doing the work. Yeah, not Britney girl. Okay, not me. And so that's the question, right? Do you know who you're dating? Are you dating somebody who thinks once I marry them, they'll change? Or, hey, once I marry you, I thought you'd quit your job. These are all very important conversations to have, because there's a lot of assuming. There's a lot of assuming happening.
DOE being dismantled, because people also don't understand federally what that is doing for our country and how states already do have a ton of rights around curriculum and public education. I don't have time for that rabbit hole. But
I will say, not just in my own life, but in many of the lives of people I know who've had loved ones go down this rabbit hole, many of them are teachers and are now pro DOE being abolished.
Yeah, it's upsetting.
If you don't experience this in your life, people really underestimate the prevalence.
Okay, Chet says, I just want to know how soon one should drop that they have an OF. I understand wanting to see how they react ASAP, but this may not be a first date conversation depending on the vibe. Are you dating for courtship? Or are you dating for casual? If you're dating for funsies, they don't have to know anything about you. If you're dating for courtship and marriage and you want to find your high compatibility partner, I don't know. For me, our first date was 8 hours and it was every single reason you would break up with someone. Finances, how much money were in our bank accounts, our goals for careers, kids, religion, any illnesses, diseases we were working on, any issues that would come up later in the marriage. We were very serious about marriage. We were also a little older. So for us, we were so serious that like either we were going to continue dating or it was over. But if you're having casual dating experiences, then like, yeah, you go out for coffee, you have a good time, you see them for a second date. But that's different than saying like, hey, I'm looking for my person. Are you my person? Because my person's going to have, for Brittany, my person's going to have that conversation on a first date. Maybe you won't want a person who has that conversation on a first date, right? But I'm not sad if the dating stops. I'm annoyed if I've dated the wrong person for X amount of time. Girl, I lived with the wrong partners. I'm not doing that again, right? Like, I am either looking for my partner or I'm not. But that's, you have to decide if that's what you're doing. So first ask yourself, why are you dating? What's your goal? And who are you as a person? You get to be a person who can find your high compatibility partner by taking your time. Maybe you want to date for 3 to 5 years. Everyone's different. I'm very much like, is it you or not? Let's go.
The sort of the way that it doesn't discriminate, people from all stripes can get sucked down these rabbit holes. I mean, and it's not new, right? Like, people look at like the number of immigrants or descendants of immigrants who voted for Trump. That phenomenon is not new. It's not unique. Like, In fact, across the world, globally, some of the groups that report the highest level of anti-immigrant sentiment are immigrants, are former
family.
immigrants and the children of immigrants. Like, and there are many socioeconomic and social reasons for this. Like, I think we need to understand that this is a
Oh, and by the way, here's how you would do it. You'd say, so tell me, what are your interests? What are your hobbies? And they'd be like, oh, I like D&D, or I like football. And you'd be like, oh my God, great. And they're like, what about you? And I'm like, okay, well, I pretty sex positive. So I dabble in a lot of like nudist communities, or oh, I'm very sex positive. Like I love erotic art. Or like if it's not a hobby and it's a job and they say, what do you do for work? You're like, oh, well, I work by day being a teacher, and by night, content creator. I make OF content, or I make nude art content, or oh, I actually submitted my work to the Seattle Erotic Arts Festival. That's a festival I've actually been to. It's really great. The point is like you keep it casual. I'm very casual with it because it's not that big of a deal to me. What am I telling you? Like Satan's like secrets? Like it depends on the bubble you're in. It's like people that ask about like, hey, are you queer? Yeah. You know, I'm just very happy to share the things I'm happy about. So I think it's like that kind of energy you go into a first day with, like, you know, hey, just so you know, I recently got diagnosed autistic, pretty stoked about it actually. And it answered a lot of questions for me. How do you feel about dating an autistic partner? And they'd be like, oh, I never imagined I would date somebody who's autistic. What does that mean for a marriage? And I was like, man, it could mean a lot of things. Like sometimes I have food sensitivities or sound sensitivities, or sometimes, you know, XYZ happens, but you know, it's who knows really? Like here's the way that it impacts me on day to day. What are your concerns? And then they'd say, oh, well, I'm really concerned that if I did an autistic partner, maybe that means our kids will be autistic. And it's like, hey, that's a great question. It seems to be biological. So yeah, there is a high chance our kids could be autistic. Is that okay with you? How do you feel about having autistic children? And then they'd be like, I don't think I want to have autistic kids. And be like, okay, well, I think this date might be over. It doesn't have to be the scary conversation for it to be a serious one. It doesn't have to be said in like a tone of like, you know, do you want to have kids? Are you autistic? What if my kids are autistic? It's like, it doesn't have to be like that. It can just be a conversation that's like, hey, what do you feel about how do you feel about autism? What do you think about it? And it's like, okay, what do you think about being gay? What do you think about the fact that I've had like more threesomes than I've had ice cream? Hey, does it matter how many partners I've had? Does it matter how many genders I've been with? You know what I mean? It's like there are so many ways to just have casual conversations about topics that are and do feel taboo. But it's like, you know, if you're happy with it and you're comfortable, I think what happens is that maybe we're not comfortable already. And so we're afraid to come out or talk to people. I know, but when I was coming out of the closet initially, it was really scary to tell people I was gay, even women, right? So when you're really comfortable with it and it's really something that's a part of your life and you're not just coping, you're actually just like, yeah, this is my life. What do you think about it? You good or no? Like, then it just becomes something that's so normal to you. You know, like, hey, just so you know, it's like religious people. They're like, hey, I'm Muslim, or hey, I'm Catholic. Is that okay? What do you think about that? You know, eventually it just has to be something you're comfortable with yourself. So you're comfortable having that conversation with people, right? And I think if you're going to do life with somebody, they should really know you and be okay with the you that is you. And even though there are always new things I learn about my partner every day, I feel like I understand the foundation of my partner. I can really understand my partner's consciousness. And then I get to live the rest of my life learning more about them and learning when they learn new things about themselves, they get to tell me and I get to learn new things about them. Right. So, okay, I'm glad Chet's saying that modeling that was helpful. Yeah, I really think dating is exciting if you go in with the understanding why you're there. I think it's really difficult when you don't know why you're there. And I think that just can make it harder, right? The why.
Problem that we have to coexist with on a much deeper level than just an increasing number of the population is just dead to us.
Yeah, because that's not effective or helpful. Like I also think it's important to have people in your life who think differently than you do, and that you are able to then also preferably have rational reasons conversations with. But
Discord said, I almost gave up on being an erotic nude artist because I thought no man would want me. How silly of me, frankly, following my dream. Never avoid doing something out of the fear of being single. For sure. You know? Chaz says, how do you end things with someone because they're a terrible kisser? Well, first of all, I strongly believe you should teach your partners how to do things. And as long as they're open, that's good. But like, I am horrible at kissing initially. I ask well, you can't ask because my partner's not a public person, but I was horrible at kissing initially. I'm always bad at kissing people for the first time. Terrible at it. And it takes me a long time. I think it's a transition thing of learning their mouth and their face and their style. I've kissed so many people over the years, and not one person I've met kisses the same. Every single person I've dated is so different. You want to talk about facial structures? I once knew I wasn't meant to be with this girl because when we kissed, our noses perfectly aligned to suffocate us. We couldn't kiss each other without it basically choking us. And I was like, this isn't it. You know? Chad says, how do you end something with someone in general? It feels so intimidating. Well, whether it's a husband you've married who's a Trump voter or someone more casual, it's always hard. All breakups are awkward. All breakups are hard. People get defensive. They get upset. And it's just a part of it. It is truly a part of it. You know, it sucks. I've never even casually broken up with somebody and did not feel a little sad. It's not always bad, but it's always sad. You know, it's always a bummer to be like, hey, you're really great, but you're not for me. That can be really hard for people. You know, I think it takes a level of emotional maturity to do it better and better each time. But also, I'm nervous every time I do it.
I know quite a few people who voted for Trump that I'm also able to sit down and have like, hey, I'm genuinely curious on this particular policy or what made you make that decision, and have had like actual reasoned, rational conversations that leaves me with some information as well about why people feel a way that maybe I don't. Again, everybody lives in a bubble. I know it's easy for us to be like, we live in New York, we're in a bubble, but also everybody's bubbled in their own way. And
everybody is bubbled. Don't I say this all the time? Isn't it nice to hear it from somebody else other than me? Everyone is bubble. We all live in our bubbles. Here's the difference. Everyone I know who voted for Trump or likes Trump, I can sit down and have a conversation with them, but every reason they gives uneducated, badly researched, misogynistic, and inherently bigoted. Even the nicest Trump voters in my life are doing it because it's rooted in a lack of deconstruction. So sure, I learned why they voted for Trump. And what I learned is why they made a decision that I think was ill-informed. But also, you know, you still get to decide what to do after that. Engage with them or not engage with them. Neighbor to neighbor, everyone is dignified and humanized. Politician to politician, that's where we got to be critical of people in power. But like, yeah, always be kind to your neighbor, be kind to your family. Open with boundaries. Open with boundaries, guys.
And it is important to have exposure that's not just the internet, that's like actual real life conversations with real people.
I will caveat that and say we are affluent heterosexual white women. So for us to be across from a Trump voter is less existentially threatening. And like, for example, if I'm a trans person, I in no way would expect to sit down across from someone who voted to push.
This is what I like about Chelsea is that she does check her privilege pretty often and reminds people like she is straight. She's what I call my hetero podcast. When I watch Chelsea, I'm like, man, she's straight, bro. Chelsea is when I'm honest about my queer and gender journey, I don't feel like a woman the way Chelsea's a woman to me. And I don't feel like a person who's with an ABAB person the way that Chelsea's with an ABAB person. Like we are not living in the same reality. Our relationships are totally different. I just love how straight she is because it's so different than my lived experience. And her binary like womanness is so different. But I think she's really good at checking her privilege. So that's good.
Me out of existence and be like, tell me more, you know?
I'm also not saying like go out on the street and be like, hey, you have a red hat, let's have a conversation. I'm saying if you have people in your life maybe who you already are going to be in a room with and feel safe enough to have a reasoned conversation with. Like, but I've been at a Thanksgiving table or two where I've had an opportunity to have a conversation with someone is what I'm saying.
Totally. And I just want to acknowledge that in many cases, matters of political difference are very much rising to the level of not being able to be in contact with people. And that's totally valid.
But that also brings us full circle back to the beginning of this question. I think where we're saying, you know, we're not carte blanche telling you, leave them. Because, again, we don't have all of the information and we don't know what version of this he's gone down. Like, are you still safe at home? How's your child? How do you feel he's going to be as a dad? Do you think that this is going to really influence how he parents your child? Do you think that's safe for your child? But he also would be parenting your child completely without your supervision in the case of a divorce. So there are so many complicated layers to this. But I do think it is important to not just completely write somebody off because they voted against the way that you voted, but at the same time, having a very good understanding about why they made that decision when it seems against type for who they were to begin with, which I feel like we're now kind of getting into circular logic here.
At the end of the day, unfortunately, you have a child with this person. So unless what they're doing rises to the level of getting custody taken away, And even then, and that's a very high bar to clear, too high in my opinion, and also very subjective and kind of at the whims of the court. And that involves a very long and protracted and acrimonious legal process. You are going to have to co-parent with this person. You are going to have to coexist with this person. So I would practically start contingency planning as if you may have to divorce. I would be much more aggressive about your own personal finances. I would try to find as much information as you possibly can about what the divorce laws are in your state, what, you know, the.
So this will psychologically put them 1 foot in, 1 foot out. And I genuinely don't think you can be on someone's team and be 1 foot in, 1 foot out. So then there's this question of how is she ever going to actually repair or have a relationship with her husband if she's also looking to escape from him? Have we gotten to the point in the marriage where you feel like you have to escape from this marriage? Or is there a point when you're like, hey, I think we've deviated far enough that we need to sit down and go to counseling, or this is over? See, so there's a dilemma here where I could never, ever be in a relationship with my partner where I had a secret bank account or was thinking about leaving and feel like I'm really invested in the relationship. And to be honest, in all my other relationships in which I lived with partners or were dating partners, I was always 1 foot in, 1 foot out. I want to make that abundantly clear, that I made it abundantly clear to all my partners when we talked about kids, marriage, that I love you, I want to be with you. I was always 1 foot in, 1 foot out. I always told them, I am not going to marry you as you are. So I always have a contingency plan to leave you. I am not committed to you. I'm committed to this relationship insofar as we are attempting to become the partners for one another, but I am not interested in dating the version of you right now. Like, I'm not interested in that person. Okay? So I was always honest with my partners, but we were also saying, I love you, looking at wedding venues, names for kids, what our life could look like. We were doing all of it at the same time, but I have never committed myself to somebody in that way. I've been committed in terms of no infidelity. I've been committed in terms of not lying or being with my partner, but I've always been 1 foot out, 1 foot in. This is the first time that I've been fully in. And once you're fully in, this is why I say people are getting married 1 foot out. She might think she was always fully in, but how are you fully in and you don't know how your partner voted for Trump? For me, when I say fully in, I mean fully invested in the consciousness that I'm with. I want to know what you're thinking. How are you feeling? What do you think about the election? How did we get, again, to one of the most contentious elections of our time and you are blindsided? Did he lie to you? Did you never have the conversation? What was happening leading up to this? So I do think there's differences in how we engage in this conversation, right? And how we have, how we hold ourselves accountable for our genuine, did we have blinders on, right? Without victimizing or blaming ourselves, right? Chat says, geez, having a kid with a bigot means you are potentially raising a bigot. Well, and I just want to point it out that a lot of really great people came from bigoted homes. I think I'm one of them. That conservative MAGA bigots create some really great people and also create a lot of really ill-informed adults who become pretty bad people. But I would have a hope that even though you're bigoted, that you would hopefully raise your kid well enough for your kid to be able to say, though my parent was bigoted, I love them and they had good intentions, but here's how I hold my parent accountable and break a generational curse. I would say my brother is raising some pretty great kids, and though he's raising them in religious Catholicism, which means that it's bigoted, that those kids will have access to their gay auntie and they'll have access to less bigoted people who will then give them the option of thinking of the world a different way, right? And so I think what's really important here is that we recognize kids are born every day to bigoted people, because most people are born prejudiced and bigoted because they were raised by bigots, because we are products of the world. So, I have hope that a lot of us will deconstruct our bigotry, our prejudice, that we will face ourselves and recognize that not all kids born into these places are lost causes, because then we certainly would be one ourselves, but that they are products of their environment as much as anybody else. And unless they do the work, then sure. Right? They're going to end up just being parrots of their parents. You know what I mean? Chet says raising a kid with bigotry is definitely harming your child as someone raised in that. Well, of course it's harming the child, but it doesn't mean the child is hopeless. Of course it's harmful, right? But that's the problem, is of course it's harmful, but that doesn't mean that the child is hopeless. And that's what I want to move away from, that framing of bigots raise other bigots. Yeah, but also they raise that child's potential is not only bigotry. They also have a potential of being non-bigots by deconstructing the bigotry they were raised in, right? RL, thank you so much for the super chats today, guys. I really appreciate that. Thank you. I appreciate it. You said, I'm not saying to watch it today or even at all, but it was a really good video titled Enemies Project Transgender. Okay, I'll check that out. Thank you for the suggestion. Also, if you guys are patrons and on the Discord, you can also leave suggestion for the stream on the channel we have there. It says like suggestions for stream. Okay, thank you for that.
The settlement, you would likely be looking at the spousal support, the alimony, all of these things. If you can maybe talk to a lawyer to ask them questions, I would advise you to do that because these are often very nuanced things. I would very much start planning, have a plan B in place. But for so many reasons, I would not recommend that you just rip the cord and say we're divorcing, not until you've gotten all your ducks in a row, not until you know the extent of the problem, not until you know how rational the person you're going to have to deal with is. Because again, if we're talking about you have a kid. Is this one of these people who's gone down the rabbit hole where they're no longer giving their kids the MMR vaccine? There's a lot of questions at play here. So
I mean, that is happening. RFK Jr. just announced that healthy mothers and children are no longer required to get the COVID vaccine and all these other things, right? Chad says, I'm not in the Discord. It's members only, right? It is members only, the Discord. I'm just saying that one of the perks of being a member is that I prioritize your video suggestions. That's one of the perks of being members on the Discord. Okay. Chad says, is it possible to be a completely bigotless human or is it a lifelong journey? Yes, because bigotry isn't prejudice. Bigotry is different. I think you absolutely don't have to be bigoted to be prejudiced. But I think if you're bigoted, you're also prejudiced. And if you're prejudiced, you're just a person. Everyone has a prejudice that they're constantly deconstructing. But I really don't think you're necessarily bigoted. Bigoted is a very black and white belief. It comes from a very specific construct, and I think it's very specific. Being a bigot is very different from just being a human who experiences prejudice, right? I have a prejudice towards a direction, or I have a ill feeling that I have to deconstruct when I have it when I'm around certain people, or I have this thing. But bigotry is a belief inherent to the objectification and devaluing of a certain group or concept or idea, right? So yeah, I think that to answer your question.
Oh, I'm very sorry that you're dealing with this, but just please know that you are so not alone, that this is not just an American problem, a global problem. And I feel strongly that the people in my life who don't have to deal with this on some level are increasingly the exception rather than the norm. And again, this is across the board. So don't feel ashamed, don't feel isolated, find support systems online, and really just try to remember that you didn't make a mistake here. You married who you married. People change, unfortunately, and don't beat yourself up about it.
Yeah. Realistically, it's not that she made a mistake, but I really, really, really encourage people to talk to their partners. I really, really, really encourage parents to talk to their kids. Parents would be like, I don't know how my kid ended up this way. You don't talk to your kid, bro. Or friends will be like, man, you've changed over the years. We don't talk, bro. We're not talking. You're not getting updates about me. You know what I mean? Even as a content creator, if you watch a video of mine from 8 months ago, it's probably outdated. You've got to watch current Britney to know current Britney's thoughts. I change, bro. I'm literally growing every day. Every day that I grow, today I could say opinion and tomorrow I could change my mind. I change with new information. I change with new data. You've got to get updated. That's why. Have you guys noticed why I give a benefit of the doubt to people and I go back to check their content to see hey, I wonder if they've changed? Because I don't assume they're the same person they've been for 20 years. That's why I go back to watch people's current content to see if they're any different. And when I find out they haven't changed, I just go, okay, yeah, a lot of people don't change. It's kind of exceptional to change. It's kind of exceptional to be a different person. It's kind of exceptional to grow. Even though nobody's inherently exceptional compared to somebody else, it might feel exceptional because everyone around you might feel stagnant. But this is also when we outgrow friends, outgrow relationships, you know what I'm saying? Okay, so she's not a bad person for marrying somebody. But I think one of the greatest ways we can prevent harm is to make sure we actually are in our life, actually living our life and in the now and in the present and saying, hey, what are your thoughts on this? What do you think about this? Can you tell us about what do you think about the election? I just can't believe it. I cannot understand a situation where you're blindsided that your partner voted for Trump. I just can't. It just I cannot see that scenario happening unless you are literally not talking to your partner, which at that point, yeah, No wonder everyone's ending up in a divorce. They're not talking to their partners. They don't know who they married.
I'd hit the pause button on having another kid for now, but
Yes. You have to determine from kind of a safety perspective if you feel that you could go speak to a divorce lawyer just to collect information. If you don't feel like you can do that, at least having a very good understanding of what your state divorce law is. You don't have a prenup, so your state's laws are what will decree how things go in your divorce. But also I would double check depending on the, I'm going to just say, type of state you live in. Is there anything working its way through the courts that maybe could change what divorce law looks like, maybe makes things more favorable for men, less favorable for women? How do your rights look in your state? And having a little bit of understanding around that as well as a protection measure in a lot of this conversation.
very sorry you're
Oh wait, hold on. Let me finish this.
dealing with this. It's terrible. Okay. For
Okay, so that's the end. Really interesting conversation. You first have to see where you're at, but I think it's crazy that she's getting advice from a content creator before a therapist. So just FYI, the person this woman should have gone to was a couples therapist. That's my recommendation. If you're having this serious of an issue in your marriage, you need to be talking to a couples therapist. Okay? That's my final recommendation. I love asking YouTubers stuff. I love that you guys ask me stuff. But just for the record, if it's this serious, then we should be talking to a couples therapist. And then, I understand they came to Chelsea for a financial perspective, but yeah, there's something to be said about the seriousness needs a professional, right? Okay. A mental health professional, I think. All right, any last thoughts on this? Chet says, I can't see that scenario happening for me. I feel like my fiance and I talk too much about everything all the time, always, right? Chet says, sometimes the access to a therapist is the problem, right? If your marriage is heading towards the end, then you better put it on a credit card, girl. You better find a way. And I understand therapists are really hard to get to. They don't have enough room for new clients. But we're talking about the end of your marriage with a kid involved. Like, put it on a credit card, okay? You guys know infamously, I was going to either unalive or go to therapy. I put it on a fucking credit card. Like, I'm not going to die because I'm afraid to put it on a credit card. Okay? Like, so we gotta put it on, do it. Okay? Chet says credit cards are impossible if you have bad credit. Okay, then give up and kill yourselves. Like, could we please not be defeatists when we're talking about life and death things? Please focus, everybody. Let's go. Don't make up any reason why you can't get it done. We're talking about the quality of your life. We're talking about the safety of your life. Okay? Let's fucking go. Sorry, that's very Taurus of me. We're being very Taurus, okay? But I'm serious. We gotta fucking go. Let's go. Okay? We want to talk about patriarchy and saving people from racism and we can't handle therapy. Let's fucking go. I know it's hard. Nobody ever said it was easy. But remember, kids are watching you and kids are thinking, God, I'm 15. How am I going to figure it out if people in their 20s can't figure it out? Let's go. Let's fucking go. Okay, thank you. Chet says, how are you meant to build credit if you can't get a credit card because you have bad credit? You can build credit in other ways. You know what I mean? You pay your bills on time. Like, a big part of building credit is paying your bills on time. Get a phone, get a car, pay your bills on time. You know what I mean? You can get a phone without credit. Like, you can get, guys, I got a phone at 18. I don't know how much life has changed since then, but like, pay your bills, and it's not good. You can't don't build credit with a credit card if you can't pay your credit card off. A credit card you don't know how to pay off is not going to help you. Okay? So you got to really think about it. Okay? Think about the game you're playing. Don't just do it because everyone else is doing it. Think about how to do it in a way that's reasonable. Okay? So if you don't know how the credit system works, if you actually don't know why you build credit or what it's for, then you got to figure that out first. And then decide how to do it and what makes sense for building credit. Okay? So it's okay if you don't know, but you got to figure out why you do it. Like, one of my brothers one time was going to get a new car. He had no credit, or he had really bad credit, and he was going to get a car for like $29,000 or $30,000 or something, but at like 29%. I was like, don't you buy that fucking car. Do not get a car at 14 fucking percent. Do not buy this car. Like, it is better for you to walk or take the bus or get a fucking bicycle. And if you can't do that, you need to relocate to a place you can. It is better to start from zero with no money than to get a fucking loan at 30 fucking percent. And I'm telling you right now, If you see yourself as an evolved animal on a planet, then you need to, if you can really embody that experience, it will be easier to realize that like if you look at it from that perspective, then like everything becomes much more reasonable and less scary. When you realize like you were born into a society that has some way to build up, but it's not going to be easy, just like life itself is never going to be easy, right? So it depends on how you view it, but it is going to be stressful. Life is stressful. You know what I mean? Discord said, just lay down and die feels so real. A lot of people are defeatist with life. I know life is hard, but damn, bro, figure it out. Well, not only just figure it out, but you can figure it out. I need you to know there is a way. Watch financial channels, watch Chelsea, watch other people, learn which game you're playing, learn what makes sense for you, listen to people who've done it before you and been successful, and see really who's been successful. Not these fake debate bros or these fake money bros who think they're successful, but they actually aren't. Not these people who pretend they have money when they don't. Most influencers, most people, they're not living lavish lives. Like I say this again, I am not living a lavish life. I do not make six figures. Okay? Not yet. But I do not make six figures. So if you're looking at, content creators or celebrities or other people, know that a lot of them are not doing well financially, but they pretend to because that's what the viewer wants. But I'm not going to do that. I live a normal ass life, making normal ass money for somebody my age who's built up a career. Remember that I'm heading towards 40. I'm years into my career. I should be making this amount of money at this age. I am making a normal amount of money for somebody in their mid 30s. That is normal. Okay. That is the expected rate I should be making at this point in my age. Okay. Chad says, I think people are mishearing you. Your sound advice says fight for survival as pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Totally. Right. I think that's so reasonable. Remember, I'm not a conservative. I don't believe in pulling yourself up by your bootstraps. I think you should learn the system and learn what makes sense for you within your values to make a reasonable amount of money for the lifestyle you wish to have in a way that always is about your values, right? Chat says, what's your plan for a six figure? I don't have a plan for making more money. Oh, is that a joke? You're so funny. I don't have a plan for making six figures. I only have a plan for maintaining my job and having a good life and doing right within my values. I don't think about making six figures. I think about making good content and paying my bills. And I think about investing in my future, and I think about retirement, but I don't think I need to make six figures to retire. I think I just need to make consistent, reasonable income. So I don't really think about like making six figures. I used to, but I don't think like that anymore. It doesn't work for my brain. I think I'm too much of a creative to base it off the money I'm making. And I mostly base it off of the consistency and the stability of the career. Even Chelsea owns Financial Diet, and Chelsea has multiple employees, and Chelsea actually doesn't make the most in her company. They all make good money, but Chelsea actually isn't the highest earner in her own company, which I think is interesting, So yeah, don't try to pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Nobody does it alone. We all do it with community. Even our therapist is a community. Somebody in our community went to school to get an education, to become a therapist, to then help us with our mental health. Everything is done with the community. Our doctors are part of our community because we can't all become doctors. We can't all become therapists. We can't all be financial. We can't all do the things. We rely on other people to go to school, or rely on other people to learn a trade so we can pay them for their education. We can pay them for their skill so we don't have to go and do it all by ourselves. We don't do everything by ourselves. We do it with a community. That's why I encourage people, hey, if you want to be a plumber, go be a plumber. If you want to be a doctor, be a doctor. Somebody's got to be something in society, and we rely on each other to be that thing. That's why I say, please take your career seriously so people can rely on you as a community member. All these like anti-capitalistic progressives, I think your heart is in the right place, but I need you to remind yourself that if you really want the village to work, you gotta be a participant in the village, which means you also have to take your job seriously so people can rely on you as a village person, right? Yeah, okay. Chat says, what are you considering middle class? If you don't mind me asking, middle class for Croatia or also for the States? Would your partner need a job if you move to the US? I know that's not the plan. So I don't know, because I just found out my friend lives in the Midwest and my income is considered low income. So holy fuck. My friend lives in the Midwest, like super Midwest. And they just told me my income is the requirement for their low income building. So when I say middle class, I don't know what I really mean. Do you know what I mean? I don't know what I mean. You know what I mean? So I was just like, oh, so, I make a reasonable amount of money every year. It changes, so I don't make a consistent amount of income, but I make enough, So middle class is subjective, but what I really mean is I can pay my bills every month and I don't need to go into debt to pay my bills. I can slowly pay off debt with the income I'm making, but I don't have enough to have a savings. That's where I'm at. I don't make enough to have a savings just yet, but I make enough to pay my bills and to pay off debt slowly. And once my debt is paid off, then I have enough, or once I get ahead of debt as well, like I want to get ahead of the year. So once I'm at that point, I'll be able to slowly save for other things, and my income can stay the same. As long as my income stays the same, then in the next 10 years, I will be able to turn around and save for the future, right? But I don't guarantee an income. So I don't know if I'm getting paid next month. That's the other thing. I don't know if I get paid next month. Every month is a mystery about whether or not I get paid. So that's the other thing with my job. Michael Burns was talking about that, how when he worked for Wisecrack, he got paid good, whether the video did well or not, but I don't know that. And he said now that he's working for himself, it's terrifying because he doesn't know if he's getting paid. And I'm like, yeah, content creators do not know if they're getting paid. Unless you're like very lucky and you're making like 8K a month on Patreon, you don't know. If you're making like, $60,000 to $80,000, you are hustling for that money every month. Even Asmongold said, if you make 80K a year streaming, don't assume it will last, because people who make 80K now don't usually make it in the future. So to be really solid as a streamer, like guaranteed income, you have to be making like $1 million basically, because then now you have enough money to put into savings to eventually accrue interest or put it in the stock market. But if you're just a creative, it's like any other, it's like you know what a small content creator is? It's like a B-rated actor. Actors in Hollywood, you see them in every show, but nobody knows their name. Yeah, those people aren't living in $1 million mansions. Those people are scrambling for work and going to auditions, right? Chet says 80K sounds like big money to me. Yeah, when I was making 20K a year, when I was making 15K a year, 80K sounded crazy. Like I used to think if I made 80K, I would never struggle for money. Except as a child, I never understood inflation. Once you understand inflation, 80K is not so great if every house is $1 million. What is 80K if every home is $1 million? What's 80? So it depends on where you're making that 80K, right? Like even Croatians, where the standard Croatians making €1,000 a month, they're being priced out of their neighborhoods. Inflation is killing the Croatian economy. So yeah, you might think, oh, Croatia's so cheap. Not for Croatians. For Croatians, they're suffering under the weight of inflation. And this is an economy where 80% of people own homes, right? Chat says Squinson goes to divide 80K by 12, assuming it's post-tax. Well, that's the thing, right? 80K is usually, you still have to pay tax. You still have to do, a lot of, so again, I think it sounds like a lot of money until you realize once you make that amount of, so when I was making 12K to 20K a year, I thought to myself, I can't believe I'm meeting people who make 20K a month and they're still in debt. And then I realized, oh, they're bad with money. And I realized, oh, I'm bad with money. Then I was like, wait, we're bad with money. So then as I made more money, as I got older, I got better with money. But getting better with money just means you're now realizing how hard it is to be good at money in a world where people either have investments or have parents who are going to give them a home, or have parents who paid for college or parents who paid for their cars. Look, graduating high school, I paid for my own car, my own phone, my own living, my own deposits, my own rent, my own clothes. I did not have any of those things paid for. So I have been, since day one of being an adult, trying to figure out how the fuck am I supposed to make it in the world when every time I think I've made enough money to buy something or to rent something, it goes up. And so that's the issue, is like, we are not dealing with the economy of our parents. We are dealing with a different economy where every time you make more money, you just get more poor. It's almost easier to stay poor and live a poor person's life in a specific way. Like it's the same reason why disabled couples don't get married, because it's easier to be disabled on separate incomes than married and disabled, because you lose your benefits. I was middle class growing up, so I never qualified for benefits, but I was never rich enough to actually have access to anything. So the reason disabled couples don't get married because they will lose their benefits is because, yeah, they make good amounts of money together, but if they got married, they lose. Yeah, exactly. Poverty traps are more, bro, it's a poverty trap. And it's kind of, that's why people are afraid. So many people I know on disability or on some sort of food stamps, they're afraid to make more money because they make enough money to get kicked off those programs, but not enough to survive in the economy. So this is the decision I made. You don't have to make this decision. I made a very conscientious decision to say, I am going to become a person who's willing to lose everything I've built at any point it becomes necessary. I am going to be a person who's willing to get $0 in her account at any point necessary if it in any way becomes necessary. I personally, Brittany, personally have made the decision that I have to be willing to put myself in a position where I lose absolutely everything I've built at any time in my life and I'm willing to start again. Because I cannot allow myself personally to get trapped in a mindset of believing that this $800 check I'm getting every month is better than starting again from scratch. It cannot be. Because then I'll never take the risk to be something more. I would never, like, you know what I mean? I would rather take the risk of doing, this is why I'm an entrepreneur. This is why I have my own business. Because I do have that risk factor built into my biological experience, right? I have that biological openness to the fear of losing it all in the name of attempting to try something. It is not for everyone. It is not for the average person. I'm just saying it is who I am as a creative and it is who I am as an entrepreneur. You do not have to do this. It is probably not for you. I'm just saying it was for me. It is not something I recommend for the average person. It is actually something I do not recommend for the average person. I recommend the average person picks a really good career with really good benefits and goes to work like a normal ass person. Okay? That's what I recommend. But I cannot afford to be a person who gets trapped at a certain income level because I have goals, bros. And I get it. I get why they trap people in this bubble. I get it. Right? So, okay, just my opinion. You don't have to do it. I really recommend you get a normal ass job. Okay? I really recommend it. Discord said as somebody who has been in between poor qualifies for government assistance and just out of range, losing my benefits due to being like a few $100s above threshold. Yeah, right? Sometimes being poor is easier in quotations, but I'm also struggling with disability and I have no treatment since I'm the figuring out the diagnosis era. So being poor oddly gives me better quality of life than working full time, which is very destructive to my body and health. Yep, totally. Yeah, play to your strengths. Sometimes it's necessary to be on assistance and to live more poor while you figure it out. And then once you figure it out, do something else. Play the game to your strength, guys. It's not moral or unethical. It's not about ethics or morals. It is about quality of life and what you need to do to get to the next step. So if you need to quit your job and get on disability to figure out the next step, I think society should do that for you. Right? If you have a focus and you have an area and you know what you want, go pursue it, even if it means, quote, starting again, right? But I think society punishes us for attempting to figure out who we are, which in the long run will allow you to play to your strength, which in the long run will be better for everybody involved. Like, that's the irony, is it is better for everybody involved if people go on a meaning journey, if people figure out who they are, you know? I think that's really important. Okay? Yeah. Chat says my normal ass job can be soul crushing, but it enables all my hobbies, so it's a balance. Hey, that's some good balance right there. I think there is nothing wrong with going to a 9-to-5 that when, it pays for your life and what you want. It's okay if your job isn't your identity. Like, it's okay. I like that. I like that balance. But you play to your strength because every person is different. Every person is different. And how beautiful is that? Okay. I'm reading the chat. Yeah, I think I got to say this out loud in case we haven't said it. We're in the bad times. And I need you to be really, really kind to yourself and understand that you are not different than most people who are struggling. We're in the bad times, guys. It is very hard for everybody, even high earners who didn't foresee losing their job, didn't foresee childcare going up, didn't foresee tuition going up. Everybody is suffering. You need to be kind to yourself. We are in the bad times. It is very hard. This is a very difficult economy. This is a very difficult, the global tensions are very, very. So please be kind to yourself. Take one day at a time. Take deep breaths. Figure out what you need. Meditate alone. Fuck society. It's melting. What do you need to make your life work while society melts around you? Okay? Please treat yourself with kindness because it is really hard right now. Don't be prideful. Get on disability if you need it. Don't be prideful. Get those food stamps. Don't be prideful. Get that. You know what I'm saying? Like, do whatever it takes. Do whatever it takes to get yourself to the next step. You know what I mean? Don't make bad decisions, but don't be upset with yourself for making whatever hard decision you have to make at the time. Okay? Because we are in a really difficult time right now. Okay? Chet says, did not expect you saying that to make me tear up, but hey, you're right. Absolutely, girls. Trust me, I have sat at my kitchen table crying from the stress of feeling like, holy shit, the world is melting. The world is melting. It's okay. Let it melt. You don't have to melt along with it. Let the world feel like it's falling around you. Just know that one day it won't be. And I want you to be prepared for that moment. 3 steps forward, 2 steps back. We're in the 2 steps back era. Get ready for it to swing back. It might be 5 years, it might be 10 years, but it's coming. And I just want you to be ready for it. Okay? Don't be like that boy I went on a date with who for 10 years of his life made no effort to change. And by the time he was 30, had nothing to show for it. As the world melts around us, have something to show for it. Even if that's something simple like I went to the gym every day, or I learned to draw, or I picked up knitting. Pick up a hobby. So in 10 years, you're like a master knitter. And then all of a sudden, you have a business. You know, who knows? Who knows? Okay. Now, give me a second to tinkle once again. I need a little bit of a break. And then we're going to come back and we're going to watch these videos. I'm so excited. I think it's going to be so good. Okay. So, uno momento, por favor. Bum 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 ba da 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 da. Chad says, "Go piss, girl." Don't tell me what to do. Don't tell me what to do. I'll be right back. Dun 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 dun. I am back. Also, I just want to say something. I saw a comment earlier in chat that said, Brittany, even though I forgot what you said, like you like nude art or erotic art, something like that, you don't want to sign up for mine. Look, what I do on OnlyFans, guys, it's like, look, okay, I make like adult content and I make great photography. Follow me on Instagram. Okay, if you want like censored erotic art, beautiful art, everyday photos, follow me on Instagram. You don't have to sign up for my OnlyFans. Sometimes I think the best nude art to be consumed is by somebody you don't know. And because you hang out with me on stream every day, it can feel weird to be like, hey, I'm gonna go look at Brittany's vagina. I get it. You don't have to know what my labia looks like, I promise you. It's okay, guys. You don't need to see it. But you won't see it on Instagram. So if you want to see photos that are pretty but aren't my labia, you can follow me on Instagram, okay? Okay. Tess says, do you do your own shoots? I do. I do my own shoots and I do my own edits. And I have a lot of fun. And it's really cool that I get to do something so fucking autistic and get paid for it. And I love it. It's so fun. It's so autistic, right? But go watch, girl. Go enjoy, or go to my Instagram. I mean, enjoy my Instagram. My Instagram is much more digestible. Okay. Let's watch this from Unpoetic Justice. Just drama, how politics became entertainment. I am not subscribed to this channel. I don't think I've ever seen one of her videos, or if I have, I don't really recall, but I feel like I maybe have, but I don't think so. And I thought we could watch this video because it sounded really great. So it came out about a week ago. Let's see what she has to say about these things.
Throughout history, politics and performance have been inseparable, each feeding off the other's drama, spectacle, and symbolism. Artists and writers have long harnessed the power of storytelling to reflect, critique, and dissect the political landscapes of their times.
While I was still in my mother's womb, I was twice thrown out of my homeland. It caused me pain to first see light in a foreign land, so I resisted. I held on to the wall of my mother's womb until she could go back and give birth to me in my own land.
In ancient Greece, Sophocles crafted characters like Oedipus in the authoritarian Creon, a figure widely believed to mirror his contemporary, the influential statesman Pericles. Centuries later, Shakespeare infused his tragedies with deeply layered political commentary that transcended Elizabethan England, offering insight into the universal tensions of power, legitimacy, and betrayal. Wole Soyinka's Death and the King's Horseman dismantled colonial narratives by asserting the spiritual and cultural depth of Yoruba tradition against the flattening authority of British imperialism. The relationship between politics and the arts has always been one of inspiration, resistance, and reflection, a dynamic that has helped societies question power and imagine alternatives. Yet in modern American culture, this dynamic has begun to shift. Rather than art reflecting politics, politics itself has become the performance, an entertainment spectacle that demands reaction over reflection, spectacle over substance.
And I will say, hold on, language here. Love it so far. I will say, I do struggle when people say, the world is like this now. Now the world is like this. For me, I just feel like it's always been this way in different pockets of the world. So this is the thing that I think is so fascinating personally. How do you guys feel about it? Like, politics has always been theater. Theater's always been politics. Like, everything's been everything. Everything's always been human. So it's not literally forever because we don't really know that. But there's something about every time I get a little snippet of history. I'm not a history girly, but every time I do dive in and I get a little bit of knowledge, I'm always like, man, it's always been this way, hasn't it? Man, it really is just like we almost like recycle, you know what I mean? Experiences. That's why I say like nothing's really unique about living, but it feels unique because we're the ones doing it. Just it's the same but different. It's the same but different, but it's the same. You know what I mean? That's how it feels. Like, yeah, it's like a weird conundrum in regards to that. But I feel like it makes sense to feel like, oh, the world is so different now. Like when people say, like, we're like Charlie Kirk to that feminist was like, oh, were women happier 4 years ago? 4 years ago? What? 4 years ago? What do you mean? You know what I mean?
I'm going to actually do something really unusual, and I'm going to invite you to attend one of Donald Trump's rallies. He will talk about windmills cause cancer. And what you will also notice is that people start leaving his rallies early out of exhaustion and boredom.
People don't leave my rallies. We have the biggest rallies, the most incredible rallies in the history of politics.
While the theater of politics grows louder, messier, and increasingly hollow, there's another much quieter stage where the stakes are just as real. Your data. Most people don't realize it, but your information has already been stolen. Not if, not maybe, already.
She's gonna get me.
It's out there circulating through data dumps sold in bulk, being traded by people who don't need your name to ruin your life. Trust me, I know. I still wonder till this day how a random person online got their grubby little hands on my information and got approved for a $15,000 loan in my name when I've never been approved from that amount, period. That's why this video is sponsored by Aura, a digital security service that actually works in the background while you pretend the internet is still safe. Aura monitors your personal data across the dark web, sends real-time fraud alerts for credit inquiries, and lets you know if someone is trying to be you. It can even help you freeze your credit before things begin to spiral. All of this plus a VPN, since no one needs to know what you're searching for at 3 a.m. Not your employer and certainly not your internet service provider. No one wants to think about cybersecurity until it's too late. Until you get a notification about a loan you didn't take out, or a phone bill for a number you've never seen, or a letter from a random bank in Florida you've never set foot in. Don't be me. Don't wait until after the bad thing has already occurred. Go to aura.com/unpoeticjustice or click the link down in the description box below for a 14-day free trial. No drama, no panic, just protection that works. The 2008 U.S. presidential election had more implications than simply an affluent black man being voted into office for the first time. It was a cultural turning point, the ignition of the political firestorm we're currently living through. The flashy campaign slogans and electrifying rallies were just the surface. Beneath, a darker current was surging, a flood of attack ads, character assassinations, and misinformation that would come to define the next era of.
Do you guys remember the pro-life ad? That was my favorite ad to come out of that election. It was so good. Hold on. Have you guys seen this ad? Obama pro-life ad. Oh my God. Can I even find it? Oh my God. Is this it? Yeah. Oh my God. Look, this is so funny. This shit was everywhere. This channel even says Catholic Vote 23. The Catholics ate this shit up. This child's future is a broken home. He will be abandoned by his father. His single mother will struggle to raise him. Despite the hardships he will endure, this child will become the first African-American president. Life, imagine the potential. CatholicVote.com. This man will become Jesus. I'm just kidding. Chat said it's Jesus and it made me laugh. Hey, that's pretty damn, okay? That's not a bad ad. Like, that's a good way for people to be like, yeah, my kid could become pro-life. Chat says, wait, was Obama pro-life? No. The pro-lifers were using Obama's legacy to prove why abortion is bad, because his mom came from the circumstance in which a lot of pro-choicers often name as a circumstance for getting an abortion, like single mom, abandoned, the father's abandoned us. It was hard. The grandparents had to help raise him. A lot of people are like, get an abortion. So they made this ad. Anyways, that ad always cracks me up.
Of American politics.
Question: was Barack Obama ever a Muslim? He says no.
Ooh, the sleepers. The Muslim sleepers.
But the Associated Press found records that show Obama was enrolled in school as a Muslim while living in Indonesia. And Obama's campaign said it couldn't explain why.
To be clear,
Indonesia, one of the most Muslim countries ever. His dad was a Muslim. Just like, was Brittany ever a Catholic? Was Brittany Simon ever a Catholic? Her parents are Catholic. She was born into a Catholic family. It's hard to believe that she herself wasn't actually a Catholic. Are you fucking dumb?
The American populace is no stranger to smear campaigns or advertisements. We didn't invent them, but we damn well capitalized.
Oh yeah, and by the way, that's the Islamophobia I grew up with. Where even being a Muslim was like a no-go. That's Islamophobia. And the Islamophobia is now just worse now. But that's what we grew up with. Campaigns that Barack Obama was untrustworthy to be the president because he was a Muslim. Which, to be fair, people felt about Kennedy because he was a Catholic.
Lies and perfected them. In the 1800s, Thomas Jefferson was branded an atheist by his detractors, a scandalous accusation in a deeply religious America. Likewise, his rival.
I really shouldn't eat and stream, but I gotta eat, guys. I'll get cranky. This is the same thing. Protestant evangelicals are the problem. They hate everybody. I'm sorry. Evangelicals, they hate everybody except white people. No, they even hate white people. Let's be real. They just hate everybody. And it's a really fucking annoying, actually. They're afraid of everybody. They hate everybody. You guys need to get over it. You need to deconstruct that religion and get rid of it.
Rival John Adams was labeled a monarchist, implying a treacherous past, one of the worst things one could be called during those days, but is apparently perfectly fine today. Neither of these assertions were true, but the disdain behind the sentiments were palpable and cashed in on the one true currency of smear campaigns, not truth, but emotion. The American political left actually suffered the first on-screen smear. Novelist and socialist Upton Sinclair was arrogantly targeted by MGM producer and studio executive Irving Thalberg in the 1930s during California's gubernatorial elections. When asked what to do with Hollywood's unemployed actors, Sinclair casually proposed the state cover the rental costs of an idle studio and let the unemployed actors make a few pictures of their own. A visionary stance for his time and remains to be one today. However, the practicality and care laced into Upton's solution was off-putting to studio moguls. MGM president Louis B. Mayer responded to the suggestion with vitriol, allegedly commissioning a newspaper tycoon to caricature Sinclair as a communist, to which Sinclair responded to by calling the attack a little more than a mosquito bite.
These Machiavellian communists. These communists are the worst.
Fueled by Mayer's rage towards Sinclair, Thalberg was instructed to create and distribute a fake news reel designed to frighten people from Sinclair's candidacy. Modern-day smear campaigns operate much differently than MGM's undisclosed misleading ad, but not too much. Thalberg played on people's implicit and explicit biases to frame Sinclair supporters as undesirable, and his Republican opponent Frank Merriams as upstanding.
Would you mind telling us who your favorite candidate is for governor? Sinclair. Well, have you made a study of his plans?
Yes, I've studied a little bit. Some of them are rather radical, but I think they'll be modified when he gets into office.
Well, what's for Merriam? Did I want to jump? And to drive all the capital out of the country, who's going to pay us?
Well, Mr. Sinclair, I have something new, that new epic plan. I think it's time that we should try something new out again.
Now, Mr. Skinner, just who are you going to vote?
I'm going to vote for Merriam, because I need prosperity.
Though the ad was framed as candid interviews, none of them truly were, a deception that has become an unfortunate commonplace online today.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am the inquiring cameraman. All day I travel around California, the highways and the byways, the downtown districts, the residence districts, the factory districts, all for the purpose of digging out voters of California to express their views for your edification. I don't rehearse them, I'm impartial.
So the advertisements leading up to the 2008 election were truly no different.
McCain has been the aggressor in this slide to negativity, and that is putting pressure on Obama to respond. Either way, this is not the elevated discussion both candidates promised to deliver.
I don't want to talk about it. But that's the election I voted for McCain in. I graduated high school in 2007, moving into 2008, and I voted for McCain, but I also voted for the gays. Okay? I voted for the gays, but I voted for McCain because I was like a log cabin Republican where I was like, well, gay people just want to have, they just want to be involved in culture, but they don't need marriage. We can just have civil unions. I was still a teenager, okay?
With George Washington's election serving as the only known clean campaign since he ran unopposed, Americans, as well as several other Western societies, have been thoroughly conditioned to believe egregious lies, personal attacks, and tainted narratives are routine, normal, and simply another part of a good democracy. The intentional misinterpretations of free speech and freedom of the press have assisted in landscaping a culture of people who do not only expect, but accept and internalize politics turning further and further away from what they're supposed to be, a forum of serving and governing the people. Instead, we have become complicit in constructing this misshapen disaster that we dare to call American politics today. The ad campaigns against Obama and McCain centered on falsehoods and relied on the physical characteristics of the candidates, like Obama's racial identity.
Remember what Trump said? If I was McCain, I wouldn't have been captured. Yeah, that's how if I was McCain, I would not have been captured because he was a POW. His body was fucked up because he was captured and beaten up and tortured. And Trump had the audacity to be like, if I was captured, I wouldn't have been captured. See, if I was, I wouldn't even been captured. That's how gross Trump has always been. Trump has always been fucking gross.
Painting him as the other, foreign, un-American, dangerous. McCain was cast as frail, outdated, and a relic of another time.
1982, John McCain goes to Washington. Things have changed in the last 26 years, but McCain hasn't. He admits he still doesn't know how to use a computer, can't send an email.
This is not dissimilar from previous smear campaigns. However, what made this particular election stand out was the amount of advertisements, the amount of eyes that saw them, and the amount of money spent to make it happen. According to the Federal Election Commission, spending in the 2008 race skyrocketed by 80% over 2004's. Over 1.
Look, with Trump's sense of humor, he should have just been a streamer. Trump could kill as a streamer. That's what it is. A streamer became president. Trump has always been fallacious. He's always been obnoxious. He's always put his foot in his mouth. He's always been that guy. Always been that guy. He should have just stayed a celebrity. He should have just stayed a streamer. That's why he kills it on the boy podcasts. The reason he's so charismatic for the boy podcast is because they are him. That's why I said Trump being president means any of your streamer roles. I just got physically ill thinking about Logan Paul or Destiny becoming president. It's possible now, though. I mean, God knows you can be a predator and just a streamer, bro, and become president. Trump has paved the way. Not that presidents were not lacking in celebrityism, as like we know what's his name was an actor. We know multiple people have turned from Hollywood to politics. It's not uncommon. Reagan, you know what I mean? But yeah, it's got, it's now a possibility.
$0.8 billion flowed through campaigns and committees. The Wesleyan Media Project and Wisconsin Advertising Project tallied over 138,000 ads aired for or by Democrats, and more than 87,000 for or by Republicans, denoted here as the Grand Old Party or GOP. That is over 200.
Chat, this is so funny. You said I have to say, when I saw the thumbnail full of women, I felt such relief. I know women can have bad takes and wrong opinions, but men are exhausting. Very binary focused take. Let me tell you something, girls. I'm really happy to be covering women or AFAB content creators today. But let me just tell you this. They do not pay the bills the way men do. And can you tell me why? Who in my chat can explain to me why men pay bills more than women when I cover them on stream? Ooh, I love this. I love misogynistic bubbles that claim that women are more, what's the word? Drama. When the truth is, I make more money when I cover men because men are the drama. Men pay my bills. Women, the women I follow, the AFAB people I follow, they're way too calm, way too nuanced, way too reasonable. They're way too helpful, way too educated. If I cover men, I make money because men are the drama. You know? They're the drama. So when Fresh and Fit and all these people are like, women are such drama. Men are just stoic and women are drama. I ain't making money off women the way I make money off you. Okay?
125,000 political ads blasting across American television screens. They were designed like movie trailers for a war, a battle between ideologies, visceral, addictive, dramatic, and they transfixed the American populace. Psychologists began scrambling to study the effects of this. How deep did these ads dig into the brain, and how hard were they to unroot? Rather than dissecting the 2008 election results or attempting to measure public opinion, I instead want to trace how these campaigns cracked open the door to a darker political psyche, one where facts are optional, where parties morph into fandoms, and where politicians are no longer public servants but celebrities or kings, and the resulting political apathy we are currently experiencing.
I mean, again, is this really current though? I mean, former presidents owned, enslaved, and raped people. I feel like, is it that much different now? Well, now we just have TikTok and Twitter.
We didn't just fall for the spectacle. We built it, we streamed it, we made fun of it, and now we live it. American democracy was once
but I heard the founding fathers were putting gossip columns in newspapers about themselves and lying about themselves. And like, I feel like it's always been this way, where it's like, this guy said this and this guy said this. I mean, if you learn the story of Jesus, this group over here was like, this man said this, and this group over here was like, this man said this. I don't know, bro. The drama is dramaing, and it's all the men. I blame all the men. Chat says they were I'm telling you. That's, you know what I mean? The more I learn about men in history, the more I learn that they are the drama queens they accuse women of being. I have a theory that everything a binary man and the standard like masculinity bubble claims a woman is actually what men are, but they're trying to save face. Yeah. This reminds, seriously, my falling out with Destiny, and it was such a perfect example of that, where I was so calm and I was so in comparison, I was so reasonable. And Kyla had the audacity to get on stream and say, Brittany's in her emotions and you're very grounded, Destiny. You're very stoic. When Destiny was the one literally having the meltdown on stream. Nothing tells me that this is so true of misogyny than seeing it happen to me in real time. I was like, oh, it's happening. Like, it's happening in real time, where I am literally so calm and so thoughtful. And then even the women are pushing the narrative that men are calm and women are the drama. girls.
Imagined as a noble debate between competing visions for the public good. Today, it's more like a blood sport played for ratings. And with every new election cycle, we edge further and further away from civic engagement and closer to political entertainment. Louder, meaner, more disconnected from the people it was meant
Oh, and I swear, a lot of the women I know that are really that are kind of like struggling to like maintain friendships or have good relationships with women, they're just they are suffering from internalized misogyny. Chad says Kyla is mommy, but not in a good way. Absolutely. Yeah, she's trying to save her baby boy instead of holding him accountable at his ripe age of 36, 37, whatever it is. You know? Yeah, absolutely. Well, and this is how Trump got elected. They always blame the progressives for how Trump got elected. They got elected because you tolerate people like Destiny. You tolerate and you think it's just like something gooner or something stupid. Like, no, Trump gets elected because you downplay it. And you downplay it with Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton should never have been downplayed for the way that he handled that situation with Monica Lewinsky. You know? Chad says, what does deconstructing misogyny look like? The best way to start, great question, is start with this fundamental belief. Are men and women born different? Start there. Are men and women born different? Are they inherently different? And is that inherent difference, does it mean one is better than the other? Because misogyny is predicated on the belief that men and women are born different and that men are born to lead and women are born to follow. Start there and deconstruct that. Because that is 100% what all these people have to maintain and believe about themselves in order to uphold the patriarchy and their misogynistic worldview.
To serve. The 2008 election didn't just choose a president, it ushered in a new era. And whether we realize it or not, we are still living in its long casting shadow. In the last few years, YouTube has been caught in a familiar loop, a growing chorus of lamenting the rise of slop and drama content. These two are often lumped together, messy, overstimulating, and algorithmically blessed. While many have argued that there is a place for slop content, it has oversaturated the platform to such an extent that genuinely creative, truly engaging videos are buried under a mountain of recycled outrage videos and clickbait. Everyone wants this cycle to break, to change. It feels like everyone is holding their breath to see who's going to change first, the creators or the audience. Creators, especially small or new ones, will follow trends. We will produce content that is already trending in hopes of sneaking into the algorithm. Older channels cling to what once worked, recycling dead formats out of habit or fear of losing relevance. Streamers flood timelines with chopped up VODs, overwhelming subscribers with volume over value.
Yes, but can I just say something? I really feel like this is the mistake everyone's making. We like it. And we have the right to like it in the same way people like talk radio. And that, like, I understand we keep complaining about this thing, but I think video essayists do it too. I follow like 5 or 6 video essayists, and every time something is trending, they all make a video essay on the same topic. You are no different. Video essayists aren't different. They're following into the same trend. And this is, this is the problem, right? This is the temptation to do the thing you think the audience will reward, which is fine if that's the kind of content creator you are. But then you have to accept that this is what the audience wants, right? That's what a lot of people are doing. But I don't think it's wrong for somebody to want to wake up every day and watch the same content creator talk about the same thing everyone else is talking about. Because I do that. I wake up and I'm like, I want to hear what people have to say. Now, I do think there's a difference between slop content and just watching a creator for their opinion. I could watch Dr. Kirkonda talk every day about trending topics. He doesn't do it, but I could watch it, right? It's like, I want to know what this person is thinking about this thing that's trending. Or this person is thinking about, like, the JoJo Siwa thing. I wouldn't have covered that if you guys didn't ask me to. What do I care what happens to JoJo Siwa? I don't know who that is. Do you know what I mean? Like, I only covered that because people wanted me to and because it came on my algorithm. The JoJo Siwa thing came on my algorithm on TikTok because I'm on the queer side of TikTok. But I didn't think to, like, I thought about mentioning it on stream, but I only turned it into a podcast when I realized other people were really into it. And I thought, I can make like a real video about this. Right? So I think there is something right when it comes to like the slop content, but I think there's something, I saw a TikTok that said, you know what kind of a content creator I hate? The content creators that wake up every day and just talk about whatever's trending. But they have to remember, for some people, that's like their morning tea. But it's okay. It's okay. Like, whatever your opinion you want to have about content that sucks, that's also okay. Chad says, most of the things you cover I didn't even know about or wouldn't look into myself. Who was asking for this? Y'all work fast. We're all in different bubbles on the internet. You know, we're all in different bubbles. Like, this is crazy. This one channel having this many like Alex videos or like slop content. Hassan, light again, lost. I hate Alex, total fail, blah, 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 blah. Like, this is trash, but somebody wants to watch it.
Value. But none of this happens in a vacuum. It happens because we respond to it. YouTube, and by extension all social platforms, run on reciprocity. Content only survives if it feeds the feedback loop. Aspiring creators don't keep uploading into the void. They follow the signals. And few signals are louder than drama, or rather what people have decided to label as drama. Drama can be academically defined as performative interpersonal conflict whereby the antagonist is often removed from the victim, which, similar to theatrical drama, often plays out in front of an engaged audience. But in practice, it's beef. It's internet beef. And because of the attention economy, that beef is not just persistent, it's profitable. Because of how people have taken...
Well, and that's the thing, Chess, is for regular people, is this different than opening a newspaper in the morning? I used to love getting the newspaper as a kid. I used to love reading the newspaper. I just thought I was so cool as like a little kid. You know, 10 years old, reading the newspaper. I used to love politics and I just loved the newspaper. You said, for regular people, is this different than opening the newspaper in the morning? Like, something happened. We have our own thoughts on it. We want to discuss. Absolutely. Like, this is the thing about people. Now, I do try really hard on my channel, and I think we do a really good job of balancing, like, in the drama, out of the drama, in the drama, out of the drama. Like today, we're not doing drama stuff. We're not covering Ethan. We're not covering those topics. And I tried to, on purpose, I curate a really balanced week of content for you guys. Now, sometimes, like a couple weeks ago, we did nothing but Ethan for a week. And let me tell you, the way my spoons were drained, but the way my bills got paid, right? When I get in the drama, I do make more money. Absolutely. And it's not, I don't think that's bad. When you're surviving under capitalism, make money. But I am able to, with my job, do an every other week thing and still pay my bills, which is what I do to maintain my mental health. But that's just a choice I make, right? I can do a week of drama and then I got to take a break sometimes, either every other day or every other week, but there's got to be a break. So like today's a nice reset. And then we'll probably do something drama focused tomorrow so I can pay my rent. You know what I mean? But otherwise, on videos like this where it's chill and everyone's talking and my podcast or, I'm not making that much money, guys. You know what I mean? Those are just billboard. Those are basically just things I want to make in hopes to make some money, but I'm not really making money on that. And my second channel isn't monetized yet. So that podcast with Jojo Siwa that got 10,000 views, like I didn't make any money doing that. And some people wouldn't have taken the risk. They would have been like, it's worth the $50 you were going to make or the $20 you were going to make. But like, I'll just grow that channel. And who knows, maybe that channel will be the primary AdSense bringer one day. There's a good chance I make more money doing that, right? But that's the point. It's like the coolest part about you, like the hardest part and coolest part about content creation is you can do whatever you want, but you also have to play some games. You got to figure out which game can you play that works within your values, right? Chaz says, can it retroactively make money if the channel gets monetized? Yeah, if the video blows up again, like if let's say it stops at 10K views and then it gets monetized and then it shoots up to 100,000 views, I'll make money. So, but the question is, are people going to go back and watch this video, right? Or are new people going to find it? The hope is that new people find the video, that it gets shared, somebody on Reddit's really mad at me or something, and someone posted to a JoJo subreddit, and then all of a sudden it blows up. That's kind of the hope, Kaylin, welcome to memberships.
Into engaging in discourse and discussion, serious subject matters have been reduced to the label of just drama, ignoring the semantics of why drama content is created. Ask instead, how are you engaging with it? How often? How intensely? And is that behavior bleeding into how you consume other content, like politics? We all like to think that we're above it all. Nobody thinks that they're the problem. And
thank you, chat. My Undead Love says, like the stream, guys. It also helps for the relaxed streams with less donos. Absolutely helps. And also, I think this girl's making some really great fucking points on poetic justice. I'm going to subscribe to this and like her video. Let me link it in the
Western
chat.
philosophy, for instance.
She's making a really great point that nobody thinks they're the problem and it's a reflection of us. I always say life's a reflection of us as a whole.
Addiction is synonymous with weakness, a failure to master desire, a betrayal of the Protestant work ethic that glorifies relentless self-control. So we are taught to judge addicts harshly, not simply because of what it is and how it impacts the person suffering from it or the people around them who are forced to endure it, but because of what they symbolize, surrender. This structural belief leaves little nuance for what addiction truly is, of course, but beliefs are not always grounded in logic. Much like the belief many of us have here on YouTube, that we are able to engage in drama either by producing the content or consuming it without it poisoning how we view other things. We convince ourselves that we're immune, that indulging in petty internet squabbles won't shape how we engage with weightier discourse, but it does.
And this is literally what Dr. Kirkonda was trying to say to Ethan. Hey, I know you think it's not going to impact you reading all these Reddit posts, but it's obviously driving you crazy. And then Ethan's like, how dare you say that I'm crazy? You're a professional. And then Dr. Kirkonda had to take down that video because people were harassing him. Like, he's not saying you're like diagnosably crazy. He's saying any reasonable person would feel insane reading horrible comments about yourself when you know they're not true. That's why at some point you shouldn't read the comments. I just saw an episode of, what is it called? It was two video essayists. It was FD Signifier and another video essayist interviewed. It was like one of the Smosh channels, but wasn't Smosh. It was, I don't know. And the guy said, oh yeah, I don't read my comments. Like, I don't read them. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, like, did you guys see this video? Do you know what I'm talking about? I think it was Anthony Padilla's channel, but it could be a Smosh channel. Well, either way, it was a cool interview, but the other video essayist said something that I think is so, like, the point. Like, yeah, I can't watch, or I can't, like, respond to the comments. And I think that's really important. Yeah, I try really hard to respond reasonably, but not to engage with people that I think, like, oh my God, if you go to that Jojo Siwa video, there's like this comment by this like very angry older man who wants to have sex with children. I don't know what's going on with him, but he was in my comments. He was so mad at me and I just let my comments handle it because I was like, girl, I'm not engaging with you. Like, there's just some people you have to pick, like, not to engage with. Okay, I'm also, for the record, he doesn't want to sleep with children. He just thinks that it's not okay to judge why people in their 30s and 40s might want to be with people in their 20s. Yeah, whatever, bro.
Traumas by their very natures have sides. And when you become wrapped up...
Because look, I'm open to the nuance. There are some age gap relationships that work, but you're not most likely the exception. You are more likely in a horrible situation and you don't even know what's happening because you're not mature enough to see it. It's very rare to see very healthy age gap relationships that aren't like trauma bonding or having some fucking issues or aren't depressed or something. I'm just saying, like, I'm not saying it can't happen. I'm just saying you're probably not the exception. But I love how everyone always thinks they're the exception.
In viewing it, you pick one. People, like myself, have tried to inject nuance into these situations by extrapolating the wrongdoings of both or all parties, refusing to crown a hero or villain, by challenging the belief that the behavior they are engaged.
Oh, chat says, I feel like when YouTubers say leave a comment, I'm always in the comments and reading them. They're lying. I could be wrong, but I feel like they're lying. It depends on the content creator. I read every comment. I read all my comments. I don't respond to all my comments, but I read them all. I like reading them. I think Dr. Kirk, reads all his comments. I think a lot of YouTubers read a lot. FD reads a lot of the initial comments he said. Like when he first posted a video, he wants to know what people are saying. I think a lot of us read the comments, but it's also just a call to action for engagement, because if you want your favorite content creator to have a job, you got to comment. You got to share their videos. Like, ultimately, our job as content creators is to do calls of action. Sign up for a Patreon, just share the video, because that's how it works. That's why conservatives are so good at getting their videos across, is conservative people love sharing their favorites. Conservatives are better at marketing than progressives. Progressive audiences are really good at watching, but they don't engage like conservatives. But it's probably for good reasons. It's actually probably a good thing. Like, I hate to say it, but I think it's probably a good thing. But also, there are very active progressive people on Reddit. The Reddit progressives are different. They're a different beast. Progressive Redditors are a different beast. Don't even, those people active. But, you know, you have to have like a fan base, and then a fan base is questionable because what does that create? And then it's awkward, and it's a whole thing.
Engaging in is somehow very abnormal. No matter the circumstances of the drama in question, I have found it damn near impossible to articulate to my audience that I rarely have taken a side, or so I would like to believe. In actuality, there's always a person I lean towards more, an argument I found more compelling. Even in passive observation, I'm making choices favoring voices filtering truths. These sorts of engagements sometimes...
Oh my God, sorry. Chat, my Discord just said, wow, just clicked in my mind. The reason I didn't engage or like philosophy before because it wasn't gay enough or brown enough. traditional philosophy channels, Alex O'Connor, Unsolicited Advice, they're great, but they talk like boys. They talk like academia. They talk very, what do you mean by mean? What do you mean by? You know, like when white men talk about philosophy, I learned a lot, but they're so stunted. They're just so fucking stunted. The gayer and more feminine and more brown, I think often better the philosophy. It just depends. Because again, they're going the step further. Those people do read all the white men and then they go beyond. The white men though, don't read them. And that's the difference. White men don't read them. But we read the white men so we know what's going on. So you know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Make people feel like they need to find a reason to justify them. It becomes especially absurd when you watch people weaponize the past in the name of public virtue. TikTok's accusing decade-old high school bullies of emotional war crimes, all framed as social justice. The effects of bullying can last a lifetime, and while you are free to harbor hatred for whatever person until the end of your days, it is not a public service to drag someone whom you have not experienced or been around for years. It's simply vengeance. And I say that with reserved judgment. That's your prerogative, but I refuse to continue to play into the narrative that the action is somehow noble. It is just an excuse. My personal self-reflection aside though, it is unfortunate that we are all committing the very same sins we wanted to get away from when the possibility of private individuals creating content first arose. We wanted freedom from corporate manipulation, from media gatekeeping, from polished lies, but what have we built instead? Companies invent insecurities and sell us solutions. Corporations lie and call it branding. Mainstream media news sources are shameless in their political allegiance, uplifting bias and propagandized coverage over the truth. Journalists have forgotten that their mission is to expose information to the public, not to manufacture it or cover it up. These are all issues that now permeate our coveted social media space.
I'm just going to keep pointing out that there's not a now. And I'm just putting it out for the sake of listening. Like she keeps saying now, always been that way, never been different. Like even if we lived in a fantasy that was different then, we've always needed whistleblowers, but there's always been journalists who are willing to not whistleblow. You know?
And it's not a cycle that I'm very surprised to see. We often hear the platitude, those who cannot remember the past are condemned.
Chad says, have you ever considered clipping for TikTok, or did that feel like a waste of spoons? It doesn't work with my brand. So the fun thing about being a creative is like I tried TikTok to see what it would be. The only way for me to excel on TikTok is if I actually got on TikTok. So I don't have the spoons for it right now, but the only way for me to be a content creator on TikTok is to be on TikTok. I'm not very clippable. I don't make sense. The spoons aren't there, but TikTok doesn't want to see it either. I don't make enough. So guys, I am too fucking nuanced for a 30-second clip. If any 30-second clip of me just sounds horrible, it basically always sounds pretty bad. Like you know what I mean? Like people just don't like me, and I accept that. That's the thing about culture. I'm not trying to change it. I'm just trying to figure it out. So maybe one day I'll become a TikToker. But I can't do everything. I'm doing too much as it is, you know, but yeah.
To repeat it. There are many iterations of this phrase in literature and philosophy, but they all mean essentially the same thing. We repeat the same cycles until we have truly learned from them. But repetition isn't just historical, it's habitual. We're locked in loops because we've never stopped to interrogate the deeper mechanics underneath. For instance, online discourse tends to blame who holds power, not how that power functions, why it concentrates, or what cultural roots makes it so resilient. During the post-election fallout from last year, scrimmages broke out amongst the American left. Liberals and leftists fought about who should carry the blame for the brutal loss. Liberals often cited leftists as the source of the problem because many stated they refused to vote for then Vice President Harris, a candidate whose platform did nothing to challenge Israel's violent destruction of Palestine and is also guilty of domestic inaction. Leftists fired back, accusing liberals of playing the same losing hand, of clinging to a broken system. Blue, no matter who, doesn't fit what's already rotted. I do agree with this leftist critique as well. The system is the problem. But even then, I have seen little that convinces me that the American left, particularly the online left, truly grasps what that means, or is even remotely ready for the responsibility that comes with dismantling it. The crux of both sides is that they lack the understanding that power and our culture's relationship to it, how we desire it, protect it, emulate it, is what inevitably allows for these outcomes. The crisis is not simply systemic, it is cultural. Ego, self-indulgence, passivity, all gave way to the madness we are facing right now. Without confronting these realities, the idea of changing the roots of our culture won't even cross these people's minds. After all, capitalism Capitalism didn't create American culture. It grew from it. The root cause of American systems corruption does not stem only from capitalism as a system, but as a culture, as a philosophy. Even if one were to uproot the capitalist system and replace it with another, we would still find ourselves in a precarious situation because we would be left in a country of people whose very foundations are rooted to consumerism.
The music is giving me autistic anxiety with peace and love. But people like it. People receive videos with music better than not with music, but I'm so autistic that I receive them worse. It's giving me anxiety.
And convenience and individualism without community. Much like the liberal idea of shifting power from one party to another, system replacement with no regard to the people at large would inevitably lead to the same greed and power grabs. Thus, we simply repeat the cycle, but this time under a new name and with extra steps. While the liberal versus leftist debate and flaws I see within them are primarily conceptual because the American left has little power, especially now, the cycling of past mistakes on YouTube is much more tangible and therefore actionable. And they are the clear—
Chad says, really? They like them? Music tells the person what is happening. So music is a form of communication. It's why it works really well in anime, really well in film, really well in art. But music in the news, pay attention. Pay attention to ads, pay attention to music, watch an ad and take away the music. Music tells the audience what they're supposed to feel. So that's why video essayists use it. They're telling you, they should be at least using it as a way to communicate how to feel. But yeah, like anime music, some of my favorite music, because I just hear the songs now and I'll burst into tears. Like music is so good when it comes to art. But when it comes to video essays and ads, it kind of runs into a risk of— I've never seen a video essayist that uses music like anime uses music. You know what I mean? But it's interesting, huh? That neurotypicals, everyone claims they're not autistic, but you need music to tell you what's happening in the story. But being autistic just means that I have more sensory issues. Also, I learned this recently, that there are frequencies in which people record sound, and Nazis recorded sound at a frequency that is aggravating to people, so it makes them angrier. And now I need to go through all of my audio settings and make sure I'm not making content at that frequency, because I was like, oh, like I didn't know that. I didn't know there are frequencies like brown noise and white noise and, you know, whatever that like actually is upsetting to us. Yeah, like there's so much about our brains that we don't even know. That's why when we talk about what is free will if you literally don't even know how frequencies are making you feel? You know? Chet says, how does anime use music differently than video essayists? Well, it's incredibly intentional. Right? Like it's incredibly intentional. And it creates fandom around the music. The music becomes something that the people are connected to. So when the kids hear it, we like weep and cry. When I hear my favorite anime opening, I instantly get transported back to when I was a kid, or I instantly get transported to how I feel. Or like when I hear like a song or an anime opening that I know, I'm just like, every time I hear Tokyo Ghoul, I'm like, like I feel I am like tugged in. And also ads, why do they make jingles so memorable? So when you're not even thinking about the ad, you'll think about the ad. So when you remember you need this thing, you're like, oh, what's that ad I saw? You know how many times I'm with my partner and I'm like, I saw an ad for this on a YouTuber's video. Wait, what was that ad? Maybe I should look into it. Chad says, me when I hear the BoJack opening. Exactly. Yeah, music is really, really powerful. So it's funny when I watch a video essay how I don't like the music. But a big part of me is like, you know who uses music really well in their videos is Garanku. Like some people on YouTube do use music very, very intentionally. And then I think some people just do it so they can have some music in the background. So I think it just depends on the situation, right?
Curious reflection.
Yeah, O'Reilly parts, exactly.
Our failure to learn. The same cycles, the same mistakes, just filmed in 4K and uploaded daily. YouTube's original appeal was simple. Individuals creating content without the oversight or mandates of a corporation. That independence gave us something close to authenticity, even with the personas that creators wore like uniforms. But over time, those individuals became brands. Creators turned into marketers, entrepreneurs, and in some cases, full-blown enterprises. Corporations saw this authenticity and our like for it and did what they always do. Capitalized on it. BetterHelp, for example, constantly peddled peddles its subpar services using the familiar faces and voices of influencers they've bought and paid for. And as I keep stressing, this strategy only works because audiences respond to it. Since Hamas's retaliatory attack on Israel on October 7th 2 years ago, we've seen the rise of what some have dubbed the H3 crash-out industrial complex.
It's algorithmically viable. The Ethan Klein crash-out industrial complex is booming.
The term refers to the fallout surrounding H3's Ethan Klein, who has been aggressively criticizing the online left, particularly Twitch streamer Hassan Piker, for what he perceives as a surge in anti-Semitism. That discourse has—
Oh my God, do you want to know what Ethan people are mad at me for? No, not Ethan people, sorry, anti-Ethan people. There's a couple people in my video that are like, girl, you know he didn't get any human skulls sent to his house. Okay, first of all, I don't literally know that, and I don't actually fucking care. Like, these people are obsessed about whether or not, like, I said something in a video that was like, Ethan has skulls sent to his house. I don't fucking know. I just know he thinks that's what happened. I don't know if they're real skulls. I don't know if they're fake skulls. I know Reddit has this whole conspiracy theory that they're fake. Great. I don't give a fuck. The point is I don't know that, and neither do you. So I don't know. You can say, in my opinion, I don't think they were skulls. But I actually, gun to my head, don't know that. So excuse me for being autistic and very specific, but I don't actually know that, and I don't actually care. Okay? Thank you. Like, I don't care. Exactly. Chesa's like, they're also convinced he's taking Ozempic. I don't care if he's on Coke, Ozempic, and skulls. None of my fucking business, and I'm not going to full on with my chest say something I do not care about or I'm willing to think 2 seconds longer about. Okay? Like, I do not care. But it's amazing to see people be like, oh my God. Or like, you know, in that video of Adriana Smith, who's being used as an incubator right now, which is horrible. Somebody was like, why are you pandering to pro-lifers, Brittany, with your language? Are they talking about when I call it a baby? They never thought for a second that's just how I view it. Like, I think it's a baby in the same way. Have you guys ever seen like a kangaroo fetus in the pouch and the mother dies on the side of the road and the baby's still in the pouch? Yeah, it's still a baby, but it's also a fetus. I'm not going to cry if it gets terminated, but I'm also like, hey, you can save that if you want. But also, I don't care if you terminate it. Because, like, it's still a baby in making. It's still squishy. It's still too squishy. You know, I think people forget, like, I'm not pandering to pro-lifers when I call it a baby. I just think it's both a baby and a fetus and an embryo, and it's all the things. It's just language means different things to different people. You know? Anyways, thank you.
It's now spilled beyond the screen and into his real life. A false CPS report has been filed against Klein's children. Ethan and his wife Hila blame various leftist creators for this, like the streamer Denims and the political essayist Bad Empanada, the latter of whom is frequently promoted by the creator Noah Sampson, whom Ethan is currently suing for defamation over a video titled The YouTubers Who Backed a Genocide. We will not be doing a play-by-play for this drama because it's a fucking mess, and I don't want to get my feet dirty stepping into it. What makes this moment worth discussing, however, is that some within the online left have tried to use the controversy to educate viewers about Palestine and combat the misconceptions fueled by American-Israeli propaganda. It's one of the more intentional strategic efforts I have seen from this space, and I can commend that. My issue isn't with the creators, though. It's with you, the audience. Every creator eventually confronts a difficult truth. No matter what we intend to say, no matter what our goals are, the only impact that really matters in the minds of others is how the audience receives it. It doesn't matter who the creator is. Whenever someone tries to use the Ethan versus Hassan drama as a framing device for serious analysis, a significant chunk of the audience focuses on one thing: the feud, the gossip, whose side they're on. I have to believe that audiences are more intelligent than what the comment sections show. So I'm willing to bet that the purpose of the video, which was to inform, to break down misinformation, is actually seen by the audience, but the portion of viewers who choose to comment are disproportionately more engaged with the interpersonal dynamics. But still, if someone wanted to learn about Palestine or media propaganda outside of the drama lens, there's no shortage of resources. YouTube has entire sub-communities dedicated to geopolitical analysis and historical context. However, the audiences for these two spectrums of YouTube are typically very different. The viewership that Noah or Hassan capture is much different and tangentially serves a different purpose. The leftist creators who engage in drama, who blend politics into conversational commentary, are attempting to capture a less politically affluent audience, people who may have basic understandings but can still stand to expand their knowledge, people who come to YouTube for pure entertainment, not ideology, people who are, on average, less engaged in politics past the presidential election. Sure, some people identify as leftists within their audiences, But an identifier doesn't necessarily stand as a marker of your political engagement, awareness, and activism. The core of the issue is, for the Americans in these audiences, we were groomed by a culture that pushes us to seek entertainment above all else, to uplift reactivity over analysis or thought because it serves an economic purpose. So when we consume drama regularly, that reactivity seeps into everything else, including serious issues. We treat political discourse like a reality show. We drop donk comments, pick favorites, and treat creators like avatars for our beliefs. At this point, we're no longer digesting the content, we're performing allegiance. Audiences spin narratives based on half-baked takes and bad opinions, using them as symbolic gestures of support for a particular cause.
Actually, fire though. Actually, so fucking right though. This goes back to this idea of Brittany, tell me what to think. I don't like that my favorite isn't watching my favorite, or I don't like that this is happening here. Like, yeah, but the question is, what does it mean? Is it bad? Is it good? Should we change it? But this is why I say the world is a reflection of us as a whole. If you're frustrated with the way the world is, then make sure you look at yourself, which is technically what Jordan Peterson means when he's like, clean your room. But the problem with Jordan is that he keeps not cleaning his room. You know, that's what the most ironic part of Jordan Peterson is. Clean your goddamn room, Jordan. Clean your goddamn room. And he refuses to clean it. He's like, I don't have to clean my room. I cleaned it 30 years ago. It's still clean. Dust, Jordan. It's dusty. Clean your room. There's cobwebs. You know, he just, you know, cleaning out my closet. Chat. You know what I mean? That's the problem with Jordan is he refuses to clean out his fucking closet. His fucking, clean your room.
If you dunk on Ethan Klein, then you're dunking on Israel. And creators, in turn, are left trying to redirect attention towards the actual issues. But I fear it is not yielding the expected results because the audience still hasn't interrogated how they consume content in the first place. Despite what the United States has pushed onto its country's people and subsequently the rest of the world, politics are not about team sports. They are not about picking sides, or rather, they shouldn't be. Disagreements will naturally—
Wait, listen to that again.
States has pushed onto its country's people and subsequently the rest of the world, politics are not about team sports. They are not about picking sides, or rather, they shouldn't.
Hold on.
Disagreements will naturally create camps, but the moment those camps become more important than the issues themselves, we've already lost. When the faction becomes—
Oh, for me, this is a lack of radical acceptance. It is what it is. You have to first radically accept that it is this way because we are naturally this way. You cannot change nature. You can only dissect your nature and have a deeper relationship with it, but you actually can't escape this because it's not something you need to escape. It's something you need to transform. That's not the same thing. You can't escape team sports. Because everything human do, every time we do something as a collective, it's team sports. That's why people are afraid of your villages. When people say we should be a village and not individuals, don't you see why they're afraid of that? Because we know it's our nature to build team sports no matter where we go. Yeah. Have you guys seen the group of progressive young kids that don't watch animes that take place in high school because they think it's inappropriate? That's my new favorite one. I was like, oh, I love the young people, bro. And they have a lot of good points for a lot of the way that the teenagers are written in these shows, right? But every group comes up with their own relationship with like, why do we learn about kids? Like people are like, I think I've outgrown high school settings, which is so fair. But also it's not about you. I'm surprised that they didn't realize like, hey, I don't know if you know this, but teenagers are being born every day. So it's not even about you. Watch the animes that aren't about kids. There are so many animes that aren't about kids. But also, high school is a dream that all adults have. Adults, for some reason, really love high school dynamics. I can't tell you how many adults I meet every day that wish they could go back to high school because they love the forced socialization, the forced games. And that's why adulthood is high school with money. It doesn't matter if you're in adult land, right? But there are so many animes that are adults. Like, there's so many. So again, I just feel like you acting like all anime is just about kids. Like, I don't know, bro. There's a lot of animes that aren't about kids, you know?
the identity, and that identity is what's protected rather than the people or the principles. We've drifted into a dangerous territory. Once again, we are failing to tear at the roots. Just like those who came before us, we are mistaken.
I think the roots, again, aren't that we don't or do this naturally. It's what does it mean that we do this naturally?
Making spectacle for substance. And unless we challenge that cultural conditioning, unless
it's not cultural conditioning, I think it's both, but I think it is a part of our nature. It just shows up everywhere, forever. I just think it's so prevalent. It's so common. It always happens. So why is it always happening? Well, a big part of it is patriarchy and misogyny and how men have dominated the social structure. But a big part of everything we do is our nature. It's having a deeper relationship with our nature. What if we did something different because we realized it was okay to do it different? We first have to deconstruct that it happens, and then we deconstruct why it happens. Then we deconstruct how to make it better. You know, I think that's the protocol.
As we change how we engage, politics will continue to be treated as just another form of drama, no different from YouTube beef, no closer to liberation.
Yeah, I think it's always been that way. But I think we're at the point of evolution now where it could be something different, which is kind of cool.
Throughout history, politics and performance have been inseparable.
Stop it. I think this is the first time in history where we actually could deviate very strongly, like really strongly, right? But the question is, will we do it? Not in our lifetime, but maybe one day. Okay, let's watch this. Your humor is inherently political. Very exciting stuff. This is from Ali Sanvia. I love the topics today.
Uniquely effective type of communication is. I think there's a near universal experience of showing your parent a video you thought was
too loud,
hilarious, only for them to take it
volume-wise
seriously and ask, is that someone from school? Or have you ever posted something on social media thinking, yeah, this is a knee slapper, only to hear crickets? Or worse, have people misunderstand you? Why does that happen? Well, if you're a youthful, hip, technologically adept person like myself, you probably have noticed, whether consciously or subconsciously, that irony rules internet humor and discourse in general.
What do you think your total is going to be? I hope it's under $50. In this economy, boy, get the hell out of here, boy.
You have not been matching my weight.
Call me if you're open-minded. Okay. The car.
I may or may not have already made a video about Gen Z humor already. Shoot, I'm being ironic myself. I gotta tone it down and be straightforward so that people don't misunderstand me. But if irony is a uniquely effective type of communication, is potential misunderstanding worth the risk? Quote, why would anyone want to use this strange mode of discourse where you say something you don't actually mean and expect people to understand not only what you actually do mean, but also your attitude toward it?
Well, this is honestly, I think a big part of it is neurodivergency. Like how many times am I sarcastic as fuck on stream and people don't know I'm being sarcastic? Or like, I think the one thing I would really love to see an audience do, and I think you guys do it pretty well, but is consider what's being said and who's saying it and why they're saying it before deciding to come to a bad conclusion about them. And I think we do that on this channel a lot. We're like, okay, wait, they said this thing. Let's zoom out. Did they mean this thing or did they mean this? And if they're saying this and doubling down on it, then this is what it means. I think that's too much thinking for people, but I think it would help a lot. All of us. It would help all of us. I think I was able to humanize my parents a lot better when I realized like the way you say it is kind of mean, but I see your intention. Keep your intentions to yourself. Ugh, wish me luck. I'm about to have one of those serious conversations with my parents this week. I'm going to teach them new boundaries. Fingers crossed. I love doing emotional labor for old people. It's worth it because they're my parents and I love them. But open with boundaries. I'm going to do this one time, guys. One time. Let's hope it sinks in. Let's hope. I'm talking directly to my dad this time. I think my dad has a higher potential of letting it sink in. Let's see, girls. Got to do that emotional labor. But then, open with boundaries. You plant the seed and you run away. Woo! Just run away, and whatever the outcome is, it's okay. It doesn't matter. I'm not attached to the outcome, but I still got to plant the seed. Fingers crossed.
Oh, can no one protect us from these high prices?
God, are you kidding me? What? It's a big stereotype. It's called ironic. Don't you think this commercial just might be the teeniest bit racist?
It's not racist, it's satire.
There's a common view of irony that most people have, the one you were probably taught in high school English class. Irony is when you say or do one thing but mean the opposite. As Kenneth Burke, a literary theorist, put it, what goes forth as A returns as non-A. So if I say, nice weather we're having, but there's a freaking tornado outside, I actually mean the opposite of what my phrase typically means. Irony is this thing that's intentionally done by the ironist, and the interpreter simply has to uncover or reconstruct some real meaning that's hidden. But as many things in life
Okay, hold on. Chad says, I always hate when people are sarcastic with me, so I'm sarcastic back. And then they're like, I was kidding. And I'm like, yeah, I know. So am I, bro. And then sometimes I also think people say they're being funny with sarcasm, but they're actually just being mean. Okay. This is very important. We've all been here. Sarcasm. Okay. There are jokes that are funny and there are jokes that are mean. Both are jokes. Both have different intentions. Okay. So like, when I'm with my siblings and my siblings are like, you know, where, you know, that scene in Marvel where they go like this and they show how fat, is it Thor? Whoever, or no. Chris thinks, what's his name? Chris Pratt thinks he's like fit. And then the people are like, to say like, you're too fat to be the handsome one. Do you know that scene? Anyway, my brothers and I do that with each other. We'll be like, you know, and it's like funny, because we're all in on the joke. So if we make fun of each other for gaining weight, we're all in on the joke. It's when you're not in on the joke or you go for somebody's sensitive talk, like something they're sensitive about, that makes you the villain. Now it's not a joke. Now you're making targeted joke, if you will, that's cruel and mean. It's inappropriate, right? This is why socializing is so difficult for everybody, because everyone has different ways of communicating. And some, again, most people have like sort of what they tell themselves is good intentions, but then sometimes there are mean girls. And the mean girls or the mean people are actually trying to be mean, and then they pretend they're just stating a fact. Myron Gaines does this all the time. Yeah, you're fat and unlovable. What? I'm stating a fact. That's not a fact. You're fat and unlovable is not a fact. The two things they're not connected. So when Myron Gaines goes to women like, you're fat, of course you're unlovable. What did you expect? That's just a fact. I'm sorry your feelings are getting in the way, but that's just a fact. It's not a fact, Myron. That's not what a fact is, Myron. So just make sure when you're talking to people, you, have to know the person and where they're coming from. And also you have to accept that their good intentions might be mean. My partner and I, as an example, always assume the best intentions. That doesn't mean we don't sometimes hurt each other's feelings. Yeah, sometimes our jokes go too far. And we're married. And I'm like, I'm sorry. That was mean. It was funny, but it was mean. And I shouldn't have said it, even though I got lols out of it. And I'm sorry. My partner's like, okay. And like, we'll do the same thing for each other. Sometimes I think the funniest thing is also kind of mean. But it's my job to catch myself. I'm like, my bad. I love you. My bad. That's not what I meant. But you saw where I was going. And they're like, I saw where you were going. Yeah, I don't appreciate jokes like that. I'm like, okay. And then now we know. Yeah, there are certain types of humor my partner will make. And I'm like, I'm 5% sensitive to that. What's your intentions? It feels like, what are you saying that for? And then it feels like, as long as we can talk it out and be genuine is fine. But here's what gets fucked up. If you are even slightly defensive, it's kind of fucked. So the only reason I think my partner and I are so successful with our communication is that we do not get defensive. And if any way we feel ourselves getting defensive, we go, hold on, I'm feeling really defensive. So we got to wait till I stop feeling this way, because everything you say, I'm going to want to defend myself, because remember, we're still products of our environments, and we still have our own traumas, and we still have a lot of coping mechanisms our bodies are used to using to keep ourselves protected. And I don't want to use one of those on you, because I'm, feeling what's this, what's this word, aggravated, enhanced, what's the word that's a good, stimulated, no, what's the word I want? There's a word people use that I really like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm like, oh, you know, heightened, everything's gonna feel sensitive. Activated. Thank you, chat. Activated. Thank you. Exactly. I don't want to have this conversation while I'm activated. Let me calm down and then we'll chill. Yeah, activated. Exactly. And I think saying that is important. I noticed with I think a big part of it is you also have to have values and belief systems that are similar and agree. I noticed with my siblings, we're pretty good at talking to each other, but because we have such value differences about mental health and therapy and stuff, it can be harder for us to really feel seen or really feel like we figured it out. Usually what we do is we make peace and we figure it out, but I can see that there's a difference because of the belief differences. Because my partner believes in mental health and values my autistic perspective. And chat, thank you, Discord. That's so funny. I'm literally wearing the same. I'm literally look the same. Discord just posted a GIF of me that people had made, GIFs of me. And I'm literally wearing the same clothes with the same hairdo, just different earrings. And that was like 2 years ago. That's crazy. That's literally crazy. Oh my God, that's so funny. Anyways, yes. So jokes are fun and sarcasm is good, but you got to make sure the person receiving it is in on the joke with you. Otherwise, it's going to feel painful and hurtful, and that's okay that they feel that way.
To be, it isn't.
And also, it does bring into question how we go after people on the internet, including Ethan Klein. I think I try to do a better job at the idea of like, Ethan, like I feel like some of my jokes are pretty funny, but I'm sure like some of the jokes people make about Ethan are hurtful because some of the jokes people make about me hurt my feelings. I don't read negative posts about myself that are like Reddit obsessed with me because they're just so mean. But like, yeah, Ethan shouldn't read those either, right? But I try to make our humor a little bit more good, I think, you know. Chad says, do you cut your own hair? I want to, but I'm scared. I do cut my own hair, and trust me, I see the difference between a professional haircut and not one. I'm just not comfortable with people touching my hair yet. So when I get there, I'll have a professional do it. But for now, I've been doing it. It's okay. I just focus on getting rid of the dead ends and keeping my hair healthy. But I can see the difference between when a pro does it. I'm also in a weird growth stage right now because I'm growing out my whole hair. And so it's just like, they're just like, you can see that it's not a good cut, but it's better than letting somebody chop off too much of my hair and I'll be pissed at them, you know? Chad said, Brittany, if you and your husband are cool with sharing, is your husband autistic? Not autistic as far as I know, but ADHD. And I will say, even though we joke that he definitely has autism, we're just an ADHD autistic couple. And together we make odd ADHD, you know? Chad says, how long do you want to grow it out? Forever. I'm never cutting my hair short again. I'm growing it out till it hits my feet, you know? Chad says, yep, sarcasm is always at the expense of the other person, so you got to make sure they know and are okay with it. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's it. We have to, I think if you use kindness and people are in a good space, then almost all jokes are digestible. It's just when people aren't in a good space, it can make the joke hard to take, you know, and different stages of people's lives are different. I remember when my parents thought it was so funny when people would say like jokes about Catholic aerobics in mass, like kneel, stand, and my parents would be like, that's so funny. And now they're like, that's so disrespectful. Everyone changes too. The type of humor they can process is different. I came home one time after not seeing my family for a long time, and my dad goes, Betsy, watch this Key and Peele skit with me. I was like, Key and Peele? Dad, you're cultured. He's like, watch Key and Peele. And it was about gay marriage and gay sex and anal sex. And I was like, and my brothers and I were all like this. We were like, what is happening right now? And I couldn't tell if my dad was trying to be hip or something. But I was like, why are we watching, like my dad, who like, we couldn't even say the word gay growing up. Do you know what I mean? And now I'm watching a Key and Peele skit where they're like, when's the anal sex start? I'm like, anal sex? Anal sex? Anal sex? Like in front of my parents' ears? You know what I mean? So it's like, I don't know. Parents have different humor and they age, and siblings have different humor and they age. Your partner has different humor. What your partner finds funny one day maybe won't be what they do in another era of their life, you know? I don't know. Be considerate is kind of my rule of thumb. And then apologize if you've really hurt someone's feelings. That's it. Just apologize. And just say, I am so sorry. I did not mean to hurt your feelings. I will not make that joke again. But know that I love you and I'm sorry that I made that joke. And you don't have to say, I guess I'll make that joke with my other friends. Don't say that. Just say, I'm so sorry. I will not make that joke with you. And then make that joke with your other friends. But you don't have to tell that person, my other friends don't care. Okay. Well, that's not your other friends, guys. Chad says, I just got here and Brittany is screaming anal sex. Well, you know, it's a great welcome.
Actually that simple. For example, there's this sound on TikTok. I probably can't play it for copyright reasons, so I'm just gonna have to say it myself. Bruh, first of all, I look good in this shirt. Second of all, I look good in this shirt. Third of all, I look good in this shirt. So tell me I don't look good in this shirt. That was so cringe. People pair this sound with videos of them wearing a clearly cringe or non-conventionally flattering shirt. At first, it might seem like the common view of irony is going on here. The person is flaunting how good they look in the shirt, but the shirt is the opposite of looking good. Except, what if some people genuinely do like how that shirt looks? That's certainly not a far-off possibility. With hashtag camp being so mainstream now, certain types of clothing such as minion merch, tight capris and Roblox hoodies can be hard and quirky positive. Okay, so it's ironic because the person is flaunting how good they look in the shirt, making you think they mean the opposite, but actually it could be genuinely good? Well, to further complicate things, someone could find a Minion flat cap sincerely flattering, no irony involved, but they could also rock it ironically. But the ironic performance is kind of what makes it sincere, and there just is no clean way to define irony. If you look into it, there is a seemingly endless number of books and articles and book chapters written about irony, many of which present a—
Or in my generation, you purposely wore like clothes that you thought were sort of ironic, but they actually just became a part of your fashion style, and then the irony stopped existing. Or when I share like a funny word from the internet with my friends and I go, that's such a stupid word, and then it just actually becomes a part of my vocabulary, and now it's no longer a word I was making fun of or using ironically, it's now just literally my vocabulary. Totes.
Different understanding of what irony is, to the point where theorists have questioned whether there is such a unified thing called irony at all. When someone cuts you off in traffic and you say, "I love when drivers signal," you're being ironic because drivers who signal is the opposite of the driver who didn't signal. However, it's also simultaneously a true statement. I do indeed love when drivers signal. Irony challenges a direct one-to-one referential relation with semantics. Just because I say A doesn't mean I'm referencing A in a direct way or at all. What might help us make sense of the complexity of irony is to realize that irony is relational. It is always a communicative process created out of interactions. Nothing is ironic just because you intend it to be ironic. The receiver has to interpret irony there. The same goes the other way. Just because I interpret something as ironic isn't enough to make it ironic. Irony is never meaningful alone. I like Linda—
This is so good. This is why I love categorization and the nuances between the difference. And I know this is what drives people crazy because they're just like, who cares? But actually, it kind of makes everything, it changes everything about how we interact and how we assume ourselves and understand ourselves. And like, I love everything about that sentence. Ooh, let's listen to it again.
Just is ironic just because you is relational. It is always a communicative process created out of interactions. Nothing is ironic just because you intend it to be ironic. The receiver has to interpret irony there. The same goes the other way. Just because I interpret something as ironic isn't enough to make it ironic. Irony is never meaningful alone. I like Linda Hutchian's analogy of irony to triple voicing in music. Quote, "Two notes played together produce a third note, which is at once both notes and neither." I'm going to get—
Of course, unless you, okay, here, I will say this. As a person who talks out loud to themselves and has full conversations with themselves, because I like to play social scripts before I do them. Very autistic of me, I know. Thank you. Thank you. That's a quote. See, from a movie, from a show that I saw where I like the way he said thank you because it's funny. So my partner and I meme all day. Thank you. But like, we obviously don't say thank you like that. But I said it like that because I thought it was funny. But you would not think it was funny unless you understood where it was from. And then you probably think like, why does Brittany say thank you like that? But can you not tell it must be a reference to something? Because who says thank you like that? Did I really need to explain that? Or isn't it obvious that I don't say thank you like that? Thank you. Doesn't it sound like I'm obviously mimicking something? And that's it. That's the whole conversation. How much of it is an expectation of what we are having a dialogue with ourselves and we understand it, to when people perceive it and understand it, digest it, and then build a communication, like an understanding off that person based off of how they present. This goes back to what my brother, who has a gay voice he puts on, was gay voicing too much at work and people thought that was his normal voice. And it's not, it's just the funny voice he puts on when he's trying to be gay. Do you know what I mean? Like, and then he was like, I talk like myself, and people thought I was like, and I was just like, that's the funniest thing I've ever heard. Like, yeah, like I know his gay voice because I know we do it together. Where he's like, hey, what's up? I'm like, hey, what's up? And then we do that when we talk, but that's not his actual voice. Chad says, wait, your actual gay brother? No, one of my straight brothers. My straight brother has a gay voice. Like, hey, what's up? He goes like, hey, how you doing? Like, that's what he talks like when he's joking. And he was doing it so much at work that people thought that was his voice. And I was like, he was like, do you have these like results back? Like, do you have these like information? And I was like, how did they literally think that was your voice? But like, that's what's so funny is like, how do you talk like that all the time? I don't know. I will tell you this. If you watch if you ever see me show a clip, like if you watch this JoJo podcast, I show a clip of old Brittany. I have a voice that I would put on for old YouTube videos that I thought would match the way that I perceived how YouTubers talked, but it's so autistic of me. It's not my voice, but I put on a different voice in different settings. So even the way I talk, the flow of how I talk is different, but that's just because I'm meeting the room where it's at. But then there's jokey voices. Like I make a lot of funny quote jokes where I like quote things. And then that's like, but that's how my whole family is. My whole family my whole family has inside jokes based off movie quotes. Like half our conversations are movie quotes. I think it's just a different, like everyone has like a different, I know some people who never do that, by the way. I know some people who never do voices, who never quote anybody, who never mention movie lines. I know people like that. And I'm like, oh, you're so interesting. And that's great. But they never do it. They never do it. And the many years I've known people, they never do it. Do you know how many times in the kitchen I'm just literally doing voices and my partner comes in and goes, who are you talking to? I'm like, myself, bitch. Like me, bitch. Like me. But that's the difference. And it's not bad or good. It's just the different categories of people. And I think when those people meet the other people, there's an issue. That's my theory. My theory is like when the voice people meet the non-voice people, now they're confused. And we should just accept like, oh, you're not one of the voice people. Like, oh, you don't know the voices. Chet says Brittany's the voice actor. Bro, I had a dream of being a voice actor when I was a kid. I was like, I should do voice acting. Yeah, because that's why it's all my siblings. Like we sit there and we're like joking around with like voices and stuff. Absolutely. I heard something when I was young. I don't know how true it is that Robin Williams' kids were so exhausted by their dad because he was always putting on a character and they just really wish they could have not had the dad who was a character. But because he was such a public facing person and people loved Robin's character and his jokes and his voices, his kids felt like, man, I'd love to just talk to my dad who's like not that guy. But everyone loved Robin for being that guy, except his kids. I don't know if that's true. That's just something I heard growing up a lot, you know?
Get a lot more into the complexity of irony soon, but since irony is inherently steeped in social relations, that means irony is inherently political. Now, when I
and sorry, and by the way, because I like doing people's voices, I also do regular people's voices, and sometimes people think I'm like making fun of them. Or when we leave the self-checkout in Croatia, it goes, it says like Hvala. And it's like, that's how you say thank you. And I say it every time I hear it. Like if I hear someone say something, I'll just copy the way they say it. If my in-laws are talking and they say a word, I'll just copy their word in their inflection. I say Dobar dan the way my partner says it because like that's how I learned it. I learned how he said it. So I say it, but it's not like how you would say it. It's like a tonality. Dobar dan. It's like you say it like it's a joke. Like, you know what I'm saying? So when people are like, oh, talk like yourself. Talk like myself. Talk like myself. I don't know what that means. I think I know. I think you know what that means, but yeah. Yeah, singy-songy. I like singy-songy. I have eculalia. Like I'm always like copying people's accents and inflections. I'm like, oh, that's a fun way of talking. I'm going to talk like that now. So when people are like, you don't talk like that. I don't talk like anything. I talk like all of it and nothing. Even when I'm privately at home, even when I'm at home, I talk the same way. Like, it's not like, I promise you, if I'm changing anything in public settings, it's because I'm trying not to be that person who talks all the different ways when I'm at home. Yes, even when I'm thinking, Chad, exactly. Even when I'm thinking, I think it's the autism. Probably. Or maybe it's just the fact that I am very imaginative based. I have a good imagination. Maybe it's because I like imagine. I like maybe I'm one of those adults who like imagination. Like I could have written kids stories, I think, or like lore, or fantasy, or anime because I think I just love. Yeah, something like that, something there.
Say political, I don't mean a certain type of political affiliation. Irony is what Hutchian calls trans-ideological. It can be used effectively by any political ideology. It can be interpreted or misinterpreted in any direction. And that's why she calls irony risky business. For example, in a totalitarian regime where there's one set of permissible rules or norms, using irony to undermine authority is pretty straightforward. All you have to do is appear to follow the rules or norms, but not actually mean it. Perhaps engage in a satirical critique of those in power. But irony is still risky because if those in power figure out that you're being ironic, you're dead meat. More dead than if you were just to be upfront about your criticism. In a more democratic situation, where people hold different values and truths, irony is even riskier, though less materially dangerous. Quote, those whom you oppose might attribute no irony and simply take you at your word, or they might make irony happen and thus accuse you of being self-negating, if not self-contradicting. Those with whom you agree and who know your position might also attribute no irony and mistake you for advocating what you are in fact criticizing.
It is pronounced T-Z-T-Z-I-K.
They may simply see you as a hypocrite or as compromised by your complicity with a discourse and values they thought you opposed. They might also, of course, attribute irony and interpret it precisely as you intended it to be.
Slop doesn't mean thing I don't like. Okay. I went to the Met and all the art was slop.
Wait, you're calling everything slop too?
I too am influenced by the power of fun, trendy words.
This passage reminds me of how an average comment section under a funny video on social media looks like today. For example, content circulates very quickly now, and social media algorithms also keep track of everything you watch, so oftentimes you'll watch one video, and shortly after see someone making a parody of the video you just watched. But sometimes you'll also receive the parody video without any context.
Oh my God, that shit is, but I know it right when I see it. I will be on TikTok and I will see a video and right away my brain is good at the pattern and I'm like, oh, this is a meme. This is not real. This is somebody making fun of somebody else. It's like, I've gotten used to, you guys know what she's talking about?
You open the comment section.
Like you can tell, but then people can't tell. And I'm like, why can't you tell? And I think they're not picking up on the patterns. I'm telling you, they're not picking up on the patterns. Like, I feel like I see it almost right away. My partner doesn't have a TikTok. And my partner will be watching my TikTok with me. And I'll be like, that's a meme. That's a joke. That's a trend. That's a this. And I only know because I'm on TikTok and I see them. Oh, Chad says I hate these videos. They're my favorite. No, they're so funny. I think they're so fucking funny. They are literally, that is my humor. That is 100% my humor. It's like people recreating the same exact video in a way that's supposed to be funny and like ironic. Like I love that shit. I think they're so funny. Oh my God, I love them. But like I can see why people hate them. I can see why people hate them. I think it takes a certain level of creativity that I do think is funny, mostly because I know I couldn't pull it off myself as well. But they make me, they're so funny. Chad says, but all the comments never explain the joke and they just say it's making fun of the original. I never get them. Well, that's okay. But that's why you don't think they're funny because you're not getting them. Right? But like if you got the joke, then it would be funny. Yeah, meta humor is very funny. It's meta humor. It's okay if you don't get it. It's okay if it's not for you. Right? Chad says I can never find the original video. That's why I hate them. Yes. And that's okay. Like, that's the problem. That's okay. But like, I think that's, here's my favorite comment. I have no one to talk to about this. That's my favorite meme where it's like, oh, I have no one to talk to about this. Oh my God, my internet worlds are coming together and I have no one to share this with. That stuff is so funny to me because it's so true. Like you're on such parts of the internet that like, oh my God, nobody in my life knows how cool this is and this is happening. Do you know what I mean? And that's why I love when we sync up. When my Discord is sharing videos that I have on my timeline, I'm like, okay, now I can talk to somebody about it because we're getting the same timeline, right?
And it'll be a mixed bag of responses. Some people will have gotten the intended irony and find it funny. Some will pick up on clues that the video is ironic but not understand what the meaning is and search for the original. Some will not interpret the video as ironic at all and take it seriously. Now you might ask, well, what makes this political if the content of the humor is not political? You see, irony necessarily creates an in-group and an out-group. Those who get it and those who do not. Those that the irony is targeted at and those who aren't. That is a political feat, especially when the lines of division are—
Yes, chat said, oh, like wrong group chat humor memes. I have like multiple friend groups and multiple sibling groups, and I send different content to different groups based off the group. When I send a meme to a friend, I send it because I think they will enjoy it. I send it because it's something we can bond that I think they will find funny. I do not universally send memes to everybody. I curate who I send what to. Absolutely, yeah.
Drawn across politically relevant features such as age, gender, class,
and I do understand why people might get their feelings hurt because I have some sibling groups where it's like, hey, why aren't I a part of that sibling group? I'm like, you wouldn't get the memes there. Like, you're not in the bubble. Like, we share boy memes here about like working out in Dragon Ball Z. Like, if I invite you in, you're just gonna feel like I don't get it. Like, you can be a part of this group though. And we send different memes to that group. Like, you can't just be in the group because you're a sibling. You gotta be the sibling who's also in on the humor. And then I have some siblings that are like, I do not want to be in your groups, take me out.
Access to technology, and so on. As we shall see, irony is loaded with political potential, but that potential does not always play out well.
Hey, we're almost done, so we can leave soon.
Yes, I'll take you for an ice cream malted, and then we can go choose our caskets.
God, why does everything we do have to be cloaked in like 15 layers of irony?
Linda Hutchian picks out 5 elements that work to make irony happen. Critical edge, semantic complexity, discursive community.
Actually, that's a really great example of something I've seen in people where sometimes I'll meet a person, usually a man, who's just always on. Humor, misogyny joke. And I said, hey, if everything you ever say is a misogyny joke that's meant to be ironic, eventually it just becomes misogyny. And this is why you need to not always be jokey. You have got to allow parts of your life to be serious. Okay? So like my marriage is full of laughter and a lot of humor and a lot of jokey. But that's why we say forward and we go, hey, let's be grounded together. Hey, can we connect on a human to human level? I was just catching up with my bestie yesterday and I said, hey, because we had to spend the first hour and a half laughing and memeing and yelling at each other like Trump said this and Trump said that. Like we were just like gagging on the phone all obnoxiously. And then I said, how are you? How's like the you that's you? How are like you? You know, like, okay, now we're done joking about how much Trump sucks. How are you? How are things? Like, how do you really feel? I haven't caught up with you emotionally lately. You know, it's like now we have to ground ourselves to be like, how are you? You know, because you're not going to know how your friend is doing if all you're doing is memeing. I love a meme though.
The presence of intention and attribution, and certain contextual markers and signs, the last two of which I will talk about as part of discursive communities. Just a note here that there are lots of different kinds of irony, but I'm going to look specifically at contemporary ironic humor. Though occasionally what I say will bleed into other types of irony because, as we have established, irony is not a very clean-cut concept. Okay, let's get into the elements. Critical edge.
Ooh,
irony always has a negative critical element, so much so that the philosopher Soren Kierkegaard called it absolute infinite negativity. Now, that doesn't mean you always have to have a negative attitude when deploying irony. When you compliment this straight A student by saying, oh, I'm sure you failed the exam, you're not trying to be negative towards them, but there still is that critical edge. Like, come on, do you really think you could have done bad? This is likely because irony is very self-aware. For example, in order to make an ironic skit about the day in the life of a performative man in New York City, you have to be very aware of what real performative men are like, down to the little details of what specific books and artists they listen to.
This is my humor. This is my humor.
The way they walk, the specific park they linger in. You have to take on the language, gestures, and practices of the thing or group or person that you're joking about, and then you have to be self-critical about it. Some theorists have said that because of irony's self-critical self-awareness, irony only engages with the intellect and not our emotions. It always puts a distance between us and the topic we're engaging with. It disarms sincerity so that we can make jokes about topics that are actually not funny at all, such as the skit about wanting to get sold at a slave auction.
No, oh.
This auction's over. Auction's over. Whoa. No,
This skit, I'm not gonna lie, is very funny, but also like it's Key and Peele does this. They always get very close to the edge. Key and Peele, they get right there, and you're like, oh, can I even be laughing at this joke? Is me laughing at this joke actually racist? Like they get right there with their humor.
it ain't over. It's not over. I'm strong, y'all.
But I disagree. I think irony does create distance, but that doesn't get rid of emotions at all. Hutchian actually created this interesting diagram of the various functions of irony and their respective effect on emotions. But it's too—
Wait, I was thinking about how, you know how FD signifier, and I do this with my work, but for AFAB people, where FD said anytime his audience starts to sound too white, he like brings it back to Black communities. Because look, like you have all these content creators to watch if you're white. At the end of the day, most video essayists are for white communities. We need somebody for the Black community. And I try really hard to maintain my space on the internet so misogynists don't feel comfortable here, because I want men in my audience, but I'm not trying to make a space that's comfortable for men, because usually a space that's comfortable for men is really misogynistic, which means there's no space that's comfortable for women or AFAB people or queer people, because, you know, obviously, duh. So I try really hard to make this space for, you know, marginalized people, because there's so many spaces for men if you want to feel comfortable. The best performing podcasts are your safe space, okay? Wait, I lost my train of thought. Why?
They created this interesting I think irony does create distance, but that doesn't—
What was I trying to say? The audience here appealing. Oh, I wonder how much Key and Peele's audience appeal was to white people who wanted to be in on the racist jokes but not feel racist laughing at racism. I wonder about that.
Get rid of emotions at all. Hutchian actually created this interesting diagram of the various functions of irony and their respective effect on emotions, but it's too much to cover in this video. Go check it out if you're interested. This is the book that I got it from. Semantic Complexity. Quote, with irony, you move out of the realm of the true and false and into the realm of felicitous and infelicitous. Irony can make people uneasy because it's the opposite of clarity. It enters a complicated dance between the said and the unsaid. In fact, the literary theorist Northrop Frye called irony, quote, intellectual tear gas that breaks the nerves and paralyzes the muscles of everyone in its vicinity, an acid that will corrode healthy as well as decayed tissues. Boy, he would hate being on Instagram Reels today. I want to give some examples of how irony complicates things. 1. The interpreter may or may not have been the intended audience of the ironist, yet they are the one who attributes irony and decides what particular meaning is there.
Hold on. Chad says, I wonder if not getting the irony is a neurodivergent thing or a typical thing, or is it just depending on the person? I think it's depending on the person. Like, I have never seen more irony come out of like neurotypical communities compared to like autistic communities. Like autistic communities are so ironic. That's why all these edgy boys on the internet are all irony. They're all autistic, bro. Like these boys are autistic as fuck. They're so ADHD. They're so neurodivergent. No, I think irony is for everyone, but I think like not getting irony is for everyone. I think that I would actually say I feel like neurodivergent people are more ironic or more interested in irony, because I really do think neurodivergent people, I know everyone keeps saying they don't pick up on social cues or scripts, but I don't really think that's true. I just think that sometimes we're frustrated with the fact that people aren't honest with the fact that that's what's happening, right? Hey, chatter, you do this sometimes. I'm going to put you in timeout. You like come on my stream and you trauma dump in my comment sections, and I need you to not do that. Right? It's inappropriate. I've seen you come on my channel before and like apologize for your tirades on my chat. You can't trauma dump here. I'm at work. Don't go to people's work and trauma dump on them. Okay? You can get a better therapist. You can go talk to other people. Hell, write it down in a book. But don't come to people's places of work and trauma dump in their comment section. Thank you.
Can I talk about 9/11 memes here? I'm gonna bank on the fact that I can. Okay, so 9/11 memes, kind of a divisive meme. I, for one, have never, ever laughed at them before. But there are tons of other people out there who find them hilarious because they interpret the irony that the meme makers intended. And for the 9/11 meme makers, those are their intended audience. But
wait, did I put the wrong person on timeout? I'm so sorry if I did that. Just another weirdo. I think I put you on timeout on accident. You'll come back in 5 minutes. My bad.
You know how the internet is. You can't control who does and doesn't see your memes. 9/11 memes will also roll onto the screens of proud Americans who either won't pick up on the signs of irony or are too defensive about 9/11 to interpret those signs as ironic. And might have flagged that irony is naturally dividing politically here. 2. The ironist may or may not succeed at communicating irony. There's this podcast called Emergency Intercom, pretty popular within a certain segment of the internet, and they recently caught a lot of flack for making jokes about Greta Thunberg.
Greta Thunberg fell off, bitches in the gutter. Me faking sick to get out of class, me faking to be a climate change activist to skip class.
I've never listened to their podcast, so I don't know what a typical
I heard about that, but I didn't really look into
Emergency Intercom episode is like. But I saw some people defending the podcast by saying their entire humor is ironic like that. If you found it offensive, then you just interpreted them wrong. But as we now know, irony doesn't just exist out there waiting for someone to uncover and interpret correctly. Irony is a relational communicative process. It is created out of the ironist and interpreter's interaction. Even if Emergency Intercom meant those jokes ironically, which I believe they did, the fact that the jokes did not land, even with their usual audience, reveals that they did not succeed at communicating irony. The reasons for that? Well, those are political reasons. Given the current political climate in the US and the way Greta—
Wait, so they were being ironic? Like it was a joke?
Thunberg has been risking her life for Palestine and the environment. Certain signs that used to be interpreted as ironic can no longer present the same way. 3. The ironist may not have intended to be ironic, but they are interpreted as ironic. I don't know how many other people have seen this grandma on their page, but she always be having the wildest edits. My words can't do it justice, so I'm just gonna show you. Now, I'm pretty sure she doesn't mean to be ironic. She's just doing her own version of a day in my life video. But the comments show that many people interpret her ironically. If you have an Eastern European grandma who gets jiggy with their yoga ball, do let me know if these videos are on purpose and if she just has boss levels of ironic humor. I was recently in Europe, and when I was looking on TikTok,
Chad says, maybe you have to build up good faith with your audience before irony is interpreted. Well, I will say, my audience does that, where my audience will say, oh, I was just watching you, and then you said something, and I thought, that doesn't sound like Brittany. So then I go back and I look at your face and I realize like, oh, she's being ironic. And that's why I often say like sarcasm indicator for my audience. So I think it's, look, there's always room for misinterpretation. I think it's a requirement of everyone participating in the communication to do their best to read the situation. You can't put the blame or the focus on one person. Communication is a two-way thing. It's a symbiotic relationship. So like I have to communicate and you have to be good listeners. And then I have to read your comments well. And then we have to dissect it. You've seen us have like miscommunications on stream lots of times. That's okay. The issue is that we make an effort to really understand each other and really get it, because sometimes we can be really passionate, and sometimes all it takes is for somebody to genuinely be interested in figuring it out to problem solve most communication errors. The dilemma is that we run into our own limitations, whether it's a biological triggered experience, a cultural difference, an inability to have the conversation, an unwillingness to have the conversation, a doubling down on the bad opinion, or sort of like an unwillingness to sort of even entertain the conversation to begin with, which, again, I don't want to say you have to do one thing always, but it's nice that at least in our community, we try really hard to understand each other. And I know I can come off like really passionate, and I know people perceive me as angry when I'm really just autistic. I promise you I'm not angry. Even when I'm passionate, I'm just like, I'm just animated. My mom would say, oh, Batsy, you're so animated. You send the wrong message to people. Okay, bitch, like I didn't grow up in a whole family that was like super animated, okay? Like, my whole family's so fucking animated. They act like, oh, Brittany's the most animated. Oh, girl. Okay. You act like I'm the only one, please.
I definitely did feel a little bit of a cultural gap in my grasp of their humor. That and the fact that I don't speak Spanish or Italian. But hey, I wouldn't have even been able to watch Italian TikTok if it weren't for Sally, an eSIM service app. Wow. And no, I didn't see any Italian brain rot come up when I was in Italy. Those are an American creation. Sally genuinely was so useful when I was traveling because I was on a cruise ship and the Wi-Fi was $300 USD. Whoa. And yet it was so slow that when I tried to upload a video on YouTube, it told me it would take 2 days. And when I tried to FaceTime people, they would literally move 3 frames per second. I could have turned on data roaming with my phone carrier, but that would have been $15 per day. Thankfully, today's video is sponsored by Sally, so I set up an eSIM from Sally and it was super easy. Also cheap, might I add. It was only $12.99 USD for 5 gigs of data. And if you scan the QR code on screen, you can get a further 15% off any data plan on Sally. They have eSIMs for over 200 countries, and they also have regional eSIMs if you're visiting several different countries. It's also super convenient because once the Sally eSIM is installed, there's no need to install a new eSIM for each country. When my cruise ship was docked on land, I used my data from Sally and boom, my YouTube video was uploaded in 10 minutes. I know a lot of people have travel plans in the next few months.
Ooh, maybe my sister and I, she can use it while she's here.
Including myself, and so I highly recommend downloading the Sally app for a reliable and very affordable eSIM. If you use the code OliSanvia at checkout or scan the QR code on the screen right now, you will get an exclusive 15% discount on Sally eSIM data plans. So go scan that QR code. I feel like given the topic of this video, I should flag that that was a sincere sponsorship segment, not ironic whatsoever. 100% sincere. Okay, I'm making it more confusing, aren't I? Look, a big reason why all this semantic complexity exists is because of discursive communities. Even though irony is super complex, interpreting irony is not really a matter of competence. Studies have shown that students can be really good at interpreting irony online or maybe in movies, even if they're not so great at it in school assignments. Similarly, your 70-year-old English professor is probably really good at interpreting irony in novels, but will not understand the ironic humor of these 2 men dancing awkwardly. This shows that what causes a lot of complications with interpreting irony is that we all belong to varying discursive communities. Discursive communities allow irony to happen. They provide context for the usual signs of irony, how to interpret the meaning of it.
Even when I come on, guys, imagine a person who's never watched me is watching me and all of a sudden I go, Ethan, these Machiavellian mothers cutting off the tits of their daughters. Just imagine how fucking disruptive and strange that would be if somebody's never watched me. Like, okay, my podcast channel, people who don't know who I am are like, oh my God, why, how are you this good of a content creator and you only have 1 video? I have like thousands of videos. They don't know who I am. So they see a podcast channel with 1 video and they're like, oh my God, brand new baby YouTuber. Ethan! I'm actually a very prolific and amazing content creator. I actually am deeply rooted and ingrained in the DNA of your children because I have fathered all of them.
Of those signs, and so forth. People within a discursive community share a quote, system of habits or rules of conduct of speech in interpretation or response. That's why, for instance, when Gen Zers who have more than 3 hours of screen time every day see a video or photo with a classic Snapchat filter, they have a shared system of interpretation that tells them this is ironic, rather than this is someone sincerely trying to be cool but failing. Once I posted this selfie on my Instagram story, and I obviously intended for it to be ironic because of the exaggerated filter, but there were some people who messaged me genuinely concerned, like, are you okay? You don't need all that work done. You're beautiful the way you are. I almost
If you guys aren't aware, I have a new podcast channel. Go subscribe to it. My podcast will be there now every Monday instead of on this channel. This channel, stream channel, clip channel, reviewing BoJack Horseman and TV show channel, but podcast every Monday on that channel. Nothing else is happening over there except podcast.
felt bad as if I had tricked them. Political and social beliefs, the amount of time spent online, cultural background, disabilities, age, class, interests, these all affect what discursive communities you belong to. And there's tons of overlap between these communities, and they also change a lot. As I said before, irony always involves an in-group and out-group. So whenever you use ironic humor, you rely on exclusion. Those who are excluded might feel embarrassed if they don't initially get it, frustrated or humiliated if they're the target of the joke.
Exactly. Nothing's worse than not being in the joke. So if you're not like, you don't have like a security in you, when you feel like you don't get the joke, you also are worried you're the butt of the joke. And then sometimes you know you're the butt of the joke, and then you just know like people are mean.
The emotional edge of irony makes it a popular part of politics. Irony has been used.
And by the way, there is the difference between being the butt of the joke and the feature of the joke. There is a difference, because you can love people through humor and make them the feature of the joke without being the butt of the joke.
Lot by feminist, post-colonial, and queer theorists. In 2003, Valerie R. Renegar and Stacey K. Sowards even said that irony would be the appropriate unifying philosophy for 21st century feminism in general. Members of marginalized groups saw in irony the potential to tease out the contradictions in dominant norms and give a voice to people often left out of the picture. Irony, quote, denies us our certainties by unmasking the world as an ambiguity. It subverts our expectations, which makes irony unstable and risky, but because of that power to destabilize, it might also be more effective at combating dominant norms. For example, visibility has been one of the main strategies of the queer community to gain social acceptance. Rainbow pins on bags and stickers placed on the bumpers of cars, pride parades marching through the streets. The more they see us, the more they get used to and accepting of us. But some queer and feminist theorists have criticized this strategy. When you rely on visible representation, you will always use particular things to represent the whole. This is sometimes called synecdochic representation, which is when a part of a whole stands in for the whole. For instance, when people use the word technology, they really mean high-tech or electronic devices, even though that's only a fraction of the whole category of technology. Your kitchen mixer, your toilet, your straw, those are all technology too. But those things are not represented by the word technology anymore. Similarly, the visibility strategy was criticized for synecdochic representation because it platforms certain ways of looking queer, making the public think that that's the only true meaning of queerness. What a lot of queer folk turned to instead was irony. For example, some femme lesbians have spoken about the power of appearing straight but not actually being straight. The ironic performance of straightness helps make queerness non-identifiable and uproots people's heteronormative expectations. Quote, their feminine appearances made it easier for them first to be known by people who were homophobic, and then afterward to break down prejudices. Ironically, their activism could promote a sense of lesbian visibility, as by coming out, they provided evidence of the many non-identifiable lesbians that may be encountered unknowingly. In this way, irony can help build political allegiance across different identity groups, including groups that are usually in conflict. Hutchins sees irony as a political strategy in W.E.B. Du Bois' idea of black double consciousness, and other African-American theorists who have discussed signifying. Quote, irony that functions to repeat and yet to revise white discourses in which North American blacks perforce operate allows negotiation along two axes of power, the social and the mental, the public and the covert. The marginalized can be heard by the center and yet keep its critical distance and thus unbalance and undermine. So maybe that's why Key and Peele's skit of the slave auction is politically powerful. They use humorous language and gestures that are accessible to non-black audiences. They act within the norms of Western masculinity, of not wanting to get sized up by other men, in order to reveal the absurdity of slave auctions. Irony lets marginalized groups negotiate with dominant norms. But remember, irony is trans-ideological. It doesn't inherently prefer feminist or post-colonial theory. It can be used in any political direction. I think about that one trend where women would say they did something shitty that really straight men have a pattern for doing and caption it, women in men's fields. Many women thought this trend was really funny and clever. Lots of women joined in on it. But the same could not be said about the men's. I'm sure a large number of men found the trend funny too, but there was a noticeable amount of salty men commenting on these posts saying it was an offensive or insulting trend. Then there eventually came a hashtag men and women's field trend. Depending on what discursive communities people belong to, they found one trend ironically funny and the other insulting. Irony is a grifter, okay? She doesn't have loyalties. She can succeed no matter where you put her. There's also a pattern of ironic humor online targeting black people and autistic people. Too many people equate being unserious with AAVE or stereotypical autistic behavior.
I think the first thing that Gen Z finds really funny is when someone not black does the black accent.
Making fun of how black people talk and walk and doing a performance of what you think niggas sound like has been foundational to American comedy since like the 1800s.
Irony is good at naturalizing or normalizing what people thought to be strange, nonsensical, or wrong. As we've seen, this can help political movements, such as how it helped femme lesbians normalize their existence to homophobes. But irony can also help normalize oppression. Leading up to the 2025 American—
Yeah, you know what's something that I find interesting on my channel? You know how I'll say like, oh, I wonder if she's autistic. Oh, it's giving autistic. I noticed that some people came on my channel. They're like, I can't believe you're literally attacking another woman and calling her autistic. Like, that's so misogynistic. And I was like, oh, okay. Huh. Okay. We're having like a, Okay, interesting. I know we use a lot of humor and sarcasm and irony here. Like we on this channel, that is naturally how I am. Okay, I think it confuses people because I'm so fucking compassionate and so fucking nuanced sometimes that people are like, whoa, I've never heard a girl talk about non-monogamy so casually, or I've never heard somebody talk about this so like with warmth and understanding. Oh, I've never heard somebody talk about this. And then they'll come to a channel where I'm like, fuck you, bitch. And then they're like, oh, you know what I mean? And I get it. Like, it's like, oh, okay. Like there's like a lack of multifacetedness that audiences want from content creators. This is why streamers are so interesting, and why I know for a fact like a lot of streamers are clipped out of context constantly, right? Because like we are on stream, we're multifaceted, we have different ways of expressing ourselves, but like it depends on which mood of Brittany you're in. So like if you're in one mood of Brittany, you'll see me say something like, look, cheating is a part of the human condition. It happens. Let's explain why it happens and why these people are pushed into scenarios in which cheating feels like the only option, which makes me sound like I'm making excuses for cheaters, right? And then you'll see me in a different video be like, cheaters are the scum of the fucking earth. Rats. Fucking rats. I hope they all fucking burn. And these two Britneys exist. But if this audience who's like, oh my God, she's so compassionate, sees this one, they're like, oh. And then if this audience who's like, wow, Brittany really fucking hates cheating, she must be so triggered from her cheating relationship, they see this video and they don't believe it. Do you get what I'm saying? It's like, I don't understand how y'all don't watch content and watch like 5 to 10 videos before you decide like what this person must be communicating, unless you're just really good at picking up on patterns, which yeah, can be a thing. But if you watched 7 minutes of a person's video and you're just pissed about it, and then a need to like leave a bookmark of a fucking a novel on their comment section, like, girl, why are you doing that? You know, why are you leaving a bookmark? You know, right? Chad says it is because of the bubble channels like Destiny calls autistic people to insult them. Sure, but Destiny also is so misogynistic that he calls people cluster bees as an insult. That's the problem. Just because some other content creator doesn't mean this content creator is doing it. Just like when people get mad at me for saying like, man, these men, oh my God, is Brittany like a misandrist who thinks all men should be killed when they're baby boys? I don't know. Do you think there's like another option maybe? I don't know. Do you think there's like, I don't know, another way, another category I could fall into? But instead of blaming themselves or looking at themselves for being lacking the nuance, they blame me for having a lack of nuance. You're the one who's seeing me and assuming everything about me without assuming you could be wrong. And I do this too, right? But the difference, and I think this is the difference, is that I hold different thoughts for different subjects at different times. I'm happy to have the conversation. Right? I think that is the difference. It's like, yeah, I'm happy to like talk about this. I can talk about cheaters in the most nuanced fucking way. And I can also talk about how they're pieces of fucking shit. It just depends on the vibe, bro. And this goes back to exactly what we said earlier. Different friend groups, you know, they require different memes, right? Maiden says calls people cluster bees as an insult and refuses not to fuck around with cluster bees. Yeah, the worst kind of misogynist is a man who makes a woman feel shitty for having a medical problem and then fucks her and targets her for that medical problem because they're easy targets, because they're easily manipulated. Yeah, it's a really shitty fucking behavior. Also, cluster bees do attract cluster bees. Not all the time, but there's sometimes a big overlap. It's just men get away with not being called cluster bees because everyone thinks cluster bees is a female thing when it's not. It can be often prescribed to women, but men are cluster bees too.
Election, a lot of young people who are anti-Trump saw a lot of ironic content about Trump, whether that was all the ironic edits of Donald Trump and Elon Musk, or Trump and Kamala enemies to lovers edits, or joking about his speeches and how he should have been a comedian instead. The algorithm pushed a lot of people into this discursive community over and over. It ended up normalizing the connection between Trump and irony. It disarms the threat of what he says and does. People don't treat what he does seriously when they have a habit.
Definitely, 100%. I love the Trump meme where he goes, the little gif where he's like, you know, I share it on the Discord all the time, but you know, or the one of what's his name from the WWE walking in. These men are rapists. Some of the funniest gifs on the internet are men who are rapists, in my opinion, for legal reasons. Do you know what I mean? They both have multiple women accusing them of sexual misconduct or rape, and one is found liable so far. Do you know what I mean? But the gif is funny. But yeah, you got to realize like, hey, this thing that you think is funny, this person also hurt a lot of people.
Of interpreting his voice and his mannerisms as ironic. I think that contributed to the shock that many young people felt when they saw Trump win the election. They were so embedded in this one discursive community that they underestimated how many people didn't interpret Trump ironically. Irony can subvert authority so well that it can risk making people complacent. Quote, irony becomes a kind of surrogate for actual resistance and opposition. What was once an avenue of dissent is now seen as a commodity in its own right. Moreover, because irony is inherently exclusive, it's worth reflecting on who is being excluded. Who can laugh at ironic memes about whipping a child to work harder in a Shein factory? I guess Americans who live off of exploited labor in the global south can, not the child who's being exploited. Are autistic folk who tend to have—
Well, actually, I do think our marginalized communities also find ironic humor comforting. I do, at least. When I see a GIF that's like BPD City or like, you know, irony in relation to trauma can be actually really soothing. That's dark humor for you, baby. Look at the Palestinians who are being genocided, making dark humor content about it. Sometimes the best way to handle trauma is to make jokes about it. It is. It actually really is. Yeah.
More literal thinking being unfairly excluded. I don't think anybody can deny that irony is very effective for political messaging, and it's arguably the most effective tactic online. Irony, ironically, can make people trust you more, because in order to make a good ironic joke or skit, you need to understand a community to a deep extent. And for people—
Did you see the video of this actually happening, though? Of Barack doing this exact thing in real life?
Excluded from certain discursive—
Which begs the question, did Barack do it because he saw the skit, or did it happen prior to the skit?
Communities, it's not an end-all be-all. We can learn each other's discursive communities, hopefully with good intent. But I think right now, if you care about political action, we need less irony. Or at the very least, we need to combine this ironic political humor that we're doing with sincere political action online and offline, like community organizing, volunteering, donating, and protesting. We are at a moment in history where oppressive forces like capitalism and meta benefit from and encourage irony. If you can never pin down someone's sincere political beliefs, then it allows people to escape accountability. It leaves us in a confused haze about what is true and who's really on our side. What someone really meant is always an open question. This allows capitalism to profit off of apparent contradictions. Disney Plus can host movies about revolution, all the while donating money to Is Not Real. Companies can sign off on sustainability policies and also dump pollutants into the ocean. Social media algorithms love to push ironic content because it keeps you using it. It makes you feel like you are being clever and subversive, when in fact, nothing about people's material conditions have changed. Capitalism and tech oligarchs don't filter between irony and sincerity. They just push content that is profitable. And I think that takes away a lot of the political potential latent in irony. Quote, a wholly ironic perspective ultimately proves incapable of providing a basis for collective action. Associated with privacy and individualism, irony's disillusion of meaningful language may enable the few to launch surprise attacks on the many, but it does not offer a dependable basis for quotidian activism. Indeed, it can even lead to political paralysis on the collective level. Keep laughing, keep making funny ironic content, but don't forget to be sincere sometimes too. If you've watched my What Makes Gen Z Humor Interesting video, I'm curious to see what you notice is different from that video and mine, because that one was made I think 3 or 4 years ago now, and I've developed how I think about irony a lot since then. So you'll see in that previous video, my definition of irony was the simple one. But here, I'm like, oh, it's really complicated. You can't really pin it down as easily. But yeah, let me know what you thought.
Which is why I say, make sure you watch the current content and watch old content with an understanding that the person is grown.
In the comments, my neighbors are having sex. Anyways, thank you so much for watching. Let's keep talking, and I hope to hear from you soon.
Nice.
My neighbors are so loud, it's kind of hard to focus. I really hope they stop soon. Anyways, thank you so much to my Patreons for supporting this channel. Dale Angelo, Survivor Soul, Rohan.
Okay, great video. I loved it. I'm gonna go ahead and like it and send this to the chat. Link in the chat. Man, I will say, I lived in a Seattle apartment once where I could hear my neighbors snoring. If I put my ear to the ground, I could hear them snoring, and I was like, oh Lord. Like, I definitely was the neighbor that was loud when I was definitely the rude neighbor that was, everyone could hear me. And I was like, we have got to fix this in America, because in Croatia, I'm pretty sure people could hear us for sure, but there's a lot more doors in the apartments and the walls are made of concrete. So I actually feel like we actually don't hear our neighbors as often, because I know there are people living in this building, but I don't really process how many people live here. Because it's just like so isolated. Like, I feel really insulated. I feel pretty good about it. But sometimes when we do hear like music or something, I'm like, oh, can I hear people? So it's kind of interesting. But America, girl, it's bad. You know how many siblings? Oh my God. Like, I'll have a sibling call and my sibling was going through something where they were like, oh, my neighbor is like complaining to the office that I'm making noises, but I'm literally just walking around the apartment. And this is one of my quieter siblings, like my very low key energy sibling. And I was like, damn, that sucks. Cause like they have to get up early for work, but like just using your hair dryer or like getting your coffee in the morning. Like I know I'm not the quietest person because the way that I touch stuff, I'm not yelling, I'm not talking, I'm just moving. My body is so loud. Do you guys know what I mean? Like my partner is like a fucking mouse. What, like I don't even know when they're walking towards me. I'm always like surprised. Versus me, I'm like dum, 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 dum. Like I am such a heavy. Everything I do is so heavy. It's just like I'm such a loud exister. Yeah, I'm just like a loud existed. Like I exist so loud. But yeah. Chat says, my neighbor would scream and I think she was faking. You know, honestly, screaming during sex is kind of similar to screaming when you work out. It actually does make it better. It's just the science, guys. I'm just here to tell you the science, you know? Okay, it's science, okay? Do you guys know what that quote is from? I just did it right now. I believe in science. Do you guys know what nothing? See? Now it sounds like I'm just making fun of people's accents, but it's a quote I'm quoting. It's a movie. Can you tell me which movie? Can you tell me which movie? Nobody? Nobody knows what movie I'm quoting? Wow, rip. Yes, Nacho Libre. Science. Yes, Nacho Libre, exactly. You gotta appreciate, okay? Okay, you gotta appreciate the magic of it all. With that said, you guys, that's all I have for you today. We did it. Great stream. I appreciate you being here. I will see you again tomorrow. What is tomorrow? It's Thursday, is it? All right. I'll see you Thursday. Thank you for being here. I really do appreciate it. Great topics today. Anything else? I think I did it. Is there anything I want to announce? We finished Arcane Season 1. It was fabulous. New events will be posted ASAP to the Discord for Sundays. What else? Anything else going on? I guess that's it. I'll leave you. Okay, talk to you guys soon. Have a good one. Bye. Bye-bye. 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 Bye-bye.